Alright. So it's looking like a new factory time. So let's see. New, less cursed factory or something. Excellent. Perfect name. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to skip the tutorial on this one. We did that with the other one we did just recently. So the question is, where are we going to start? The last one we started on the Dune Desert. It went fine. It's all that good stuff. And thank you, Twig, for gifting out 5 subs to the channel. Kicking off a hype train and giving subs to Are You Rusty Today? Nels B, Sleepy Siren,
_Twig for gifting a sub to Nels_B,
Amber Dragon, as well as Masa Muni. You all have yourselves a nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to emotes whether you wanted them or not. So thank you again so much for kicking off that hype train.
_Twig for gifting a sub to Sleepy Siren.
Okay. So with that, we gotta decide what our starting tile is. I appreciate it, Groots. Means a lot.
Thank you, Groots_Twig for gifting a sub to Amber Dragon 1.
So the grass fields is kind of in the middle of nowhere, has nice flat land, lots of place to build, good resources, all that kind of good stuff. It's kind of your default go-to.
Thank you, Groots_Twig for gifting a sub to Massively.
And thank you for the 100 biddies, Cookie. I appreciate that as well. I believe, have we reached the point where they have the extra... No, it might be 2 more days. And thank you for those biddies. I believe soon there will be a promotion going on Twitch for gifted subs. I don't remember the details on that. I can't remember when it starts. I want to say the 27th, but it's just like the last 2-3 days of the month. 1 for 1? Gotcha. But yeah, so then we got Rocky Desert. The big advantage of Rocky Desert more than anything is it's right by water. Like, it's desertish, but it's right by water is kind of its big advantage. We've got the Northern Forest. The Northern Forest, the ground is like all-terrain mess, but lots of resources. And then we aren't going to do the Dune Desert because we just did the Dune Desert. So between these 3, is there a strong opinion on what you like to see? Grassy fields, Rocky Desert, Northern Forest. Keeping in mind the difficulty thing where it's like this one's harder and this one's easier really doesn't matter. This one I'm going to just basically build up in the air a little bit because that's just what I'm going to have to do because the terrain is awful. It'll be kind of similar to the Dune Desert. These 2 I will be able to use the land a little bit more directly without having to like just stilt up the base on top of it. Because we're going to be trying to not have, in the long run, a cursed basement like we did on our first factory that we finished. Which means it'll be cursed at the beginning when I don't have foundations, but once we get foundations, we'll start clearing everything up. So is there any preferences between... Like, this one we get water right away, this one's just your generic, it's flat, it's whatever, and this one has more resources. And no one says anything, I'm going to go Rocky Desert. You click on that, I give it a couple of seconds for you to respond, and we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and pop into either water or resources. Well, to be clear, all 3 of them have good resources. But yeah, Rocky Desert. All right, so give me 2 seconds because I'm going to go onto the stream thing and go switching to a fresh start of Satisfactory because chat doth decree. Cool, that way people who are just not into the first game can hop over. Yep, Rocky Desert works for me. Okay, so new less cursed factory. We aren't doing the advanced settings because I like achievements and advanced settings disables achievements, so if you don't like that, yell at them for making that a thing.
Hub upgrade 6, landing platform hydraulics completed. Freighter landing initialized. Congratulations, you have completed onboarding and achieved the absolute minimum skill level required of a Fix-It pioneer. Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements, because a future with Fix-It is a future with you. Tier 1 and 2 milestones are now available in the hub, and biomass burners can now be built individually. Your first official objective is to initiate Project Assembly by building the space elevator. This objective will take a significant amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do... Well,
Potential edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fix-It to make an informed decision. Store this potential resource for later use. Samples of unknown alien species acquired. It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Preserve the remains for later study.
and thank you for the level 2 hype train at 83% with 6 subs and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support me that much, so thank you so much for that. Okay, so this seems like a good place to start off with. And the reason I say that is we've got the water out there. I can't pull up my map to show you yet. You have to unlock the map. But the plan would be build a lot of stuff on the water. That way I can dedicate like the bottom floor to anything that needs a bunch of water, whatever. In the meantime, we do have tons of... Oh, well, let me just get away from you. And you. So meanwhile, we have a bunch of copper over here. We've got a bunch of iron over here. So we're going to need to start setting up our very basics before we worry about anything else. So let's worry about this. For those who don't know, you could sneak up on these. I had people remind me of that with the last factory. So if you sneak up on them, you can just destroy them without fighting the bugs. Added bonus, a lot of the ranged weapons, as long as you're crouching, will also not alert them. Okay, so what I want to do right at the beginning is I want to set up a drill. Mark 1. A smelter. And a constructor. And a storage box. And I'm going to make my own biomass burner. I'm not going to use the ones on the building. And the reason I'm doing that is the ones on the building, I don't have the ability to conveyor into them. Trying to get that all sorted. Alright. Oh, and before I forget, special, the hub. Doesn't matter, I'm gonna move it. Okay, base building will be first.
Thank you, Allison_Adventures, for subscribing for 14 months. C. Glad you are well, Rual. May your factory be what you want it to be.
Hey, Allison. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's incredibly generous of you. And you've been subbed to the channel for 14 months, and not only have you subbed, but you continue to support the channel over an extended period of time. So thanks so much. It means a whole heck of a lot. And yeah, it's good to be back. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying your advertisement previewing. Hold, please.
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you. Store this potential resource for later use.
Okay. But again, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Hope you had fun. Yeah, I had a really good time. It seems like Tomb might have picked up a bug while we were there. She was feeling a little scratchy-throated this morning, and about an hour ago, she's like, "Yeah, I think I'm sick." Which, before anyone worries, I have been like, if there's anything I can do, let me know. You know, I basically made the comments like, if I need to take 10 minutes and make you some soup, any of that, that's not a problem. Chat understands. And if you don't, I'm gonna pretend you do anyways, so it doesn't make her feel bad. Because I'm gonna do it anyways, so you know, there's that. Alright. Yeah, so hopefully it's nothing too big. We both got our vaccines, you know, a couple weeks before travel and all that, so hopefully it's minor. If it is like COVID, when you get vaccinated beforehand, usually means far less severity. Like, my voice is a little not great, but that's just having to be very loud half the time to talk over music and all that. A lot more talking at a higher volume than I'm used to. Alright, so we've got copper here, so that's good news. So the first things I want to set up is I want to set up the basic production for the... You know what, let's turn on our music this time. Because we listened to its music the last time, and its music's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But I am ready for something new. Yeah. Yeah, and that was the thing, like, where I had to answer the door a little bit ago. You know, I was like, okay, well, if you're not feeling well, what do you want for dinner? Like, I could run downstairs and do something. And I had suggested Chinese since you could get egg drop soup, but they're already closed for the night. Which isn't surprising. No one's gonna be doing late hours because when I say there's a hurricane here tomorrow, I mean there's a hurricane here tomorrow. As in, like, that's the thing that's actually happening. I'm not playing something up or down or using whatever. We're genuinely expecting a hurricane to roll through the area tomorrow. We're gonna be out in the outskirts of it though, so it's not gonna cause us too much grief. But it will inconvenience things. Okay, so we've got our iron plates going. Of course you'd take care of your wife before chat. Your husband likes that you welcome your wife home daily. Oh yeah. Well, it's just one of those things. You gotta prioritize. And even if it's like everyone would understand or whatever, it's little things like that that, you know, remind your partners that it's like, hey, you matter. Like, even if she understands, like, business-wise, me stepping away from stream is very suboptimal and all that. It's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, but you don't want the person to feel like, you know, left out high and dry or whatever. Oh, so I need more wire. That's good. Just be sure to be safe. Oh yeah, nuts. Absolutely. Like, we're not gonna go anywhere. Like, where we're at, it's just gonna make a mess of our yard. That part I'm not looking forward to because I have a green belt by my house that has gotten very out of control already. And that just means my cleanup's gonna be that much worse. That's gonna be a thing that's more of a problem for me, is just making sure I pace myself when I'm cleaning up after it. That's where a lot of people get themselves in trouble. I need to make wire. A lot of people, you know, they ride out the storm and they take all the precautions and all that for the storm. And then the storm's gone and it's 90-something degrees outside, their AC's broken, and it's humid as all get out. And then they start trying to do long hours of yard work in that. And then they get themselves, like, legitimate heat stroke. And it's like, no, I understand your yard's a mess, but you gotta pace yourself. Like, you can't just go with that. Or people be climbing on the roof to, like, clear their roofs and fall off the roofs because they're getting overheated and dizzy and all that. Alright. We're gonna do some manual crafting to get this up, but the goal here is I want to get the wire, the rods, and the iron plates being made automatically. And then once that's settled, I want to get the concrete being made automatically. And on this one, I'm going to try and go out of my way to very early on, as early as we can. Just get it to where I can, get it to where we can do the whole building from your backpack kind of thing. Because my hope of building from our backpack is I'll be able to take care of that. So that's wire. That's copper. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That does need to be set. Did I already get the rods wired up? Not yet. Now we're gonna blow our circuit breaker. They definitely need a second one for what we're doing here. Which means they need more rods. There it goes. Knew that was coming. Alright, so let's go here. And get that sorted out. Alright, and that's just I need more. Painting itself is a skill sometimes. Folks go a bit hard. Well, yeah, especially when you're in the situation like that. You know, you're on the other side of the hurricane. You really just want to be able to start settling in and relaxing. But you just really can't. Because you've got this, like, overlying, hey, my yard's a complete disaster. It's got to be handled and taken care of. And all that. Did I leave myself a spare thing? That's fine. We can go like this. Grab that connection, drop it. I need more rods, which means I need more iron. Yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's like it's really hard to step back and be like, no, I need to take a break, because you really just want to push through and get the task done. And in lots of times, it's not bad advice to be like, hey, stay on task, get it done. But one also has to be aware that, like, hey, the body's got limits. Just trying to force yourself through is not really a viable or sustainable strategy. Okay, so that'll have the rods and all of that being made automatically. So I got the beginning of this all going real quick. And this one just needed a box, which needs a couple more rods. Yes, just need one more rod. And then I'll take care of the copper momentarily. Okay, so we are making our plates, our rods, and our wire. Limits, can you eat those? Just up to the limit. Now let's find some limestone. Because that's what I'm trying to do right now, is get the automation on all of the basic materials. Once we have that basic automation set up, then it'll be a matter of trying to expand and do stuff with that. I didn't mean to slide at you. That's annoying. Because it knocked me back, it had me moving fast enough that I slid backwards. Alright. Oh, for those who didn't see, at TwitchCon they had the booth for Doctors Without Borders. Of the 3 quotes they had, Two of them were from Halcyon Frequency. It was Sui and Alanorama had quotes there. I don't I have a picture of it, but I don't have the quotes just memorized or whatever. Okay, and we will tell you to make concrete. Can't make that happen over here, right? So that was like a really really big thing that made you feel good. Did you complete your previous one? Yes, I did. We do have the VOD for it isn't on Twitch, it's on YouTube because I did play like it was like an hour and a half stream to wrap it up. So we put directly to YouTube because if I were to do it on Twitch, everyone would lose their stream streaks and yada yada yada. So I just dropped it on YouTube because I could do that, do the hour and a half and whatnot. So it is there. If you do ! YouTube, it will give you a link to the YouTube. It is the last video we have there, and like I said, it's about an hour and a half, give or take. Because what I did is I let it run off stream for a good while, and just like patched up like one or two minor things that went out of whack. Otherwise, it was just kind of a waiting game. I did shuffle around a bunch of the stuff like the slugs and all that. I did shuffle those around to better optimize. But otherwise, like I said, mostly was just wait for it and then pull the lever. Is this a speed run / efficiency run? Absolutely not. I have zero interest in speed running. This is going to be a fun run where what we're going to end up doing is using some of the tech that I didn't really mess with in the last run. Hey, I don't have anything for you, so you just keep being cute over there, right, buddy? Good job. You did it. Alright, let's make sure that's running, and that should be all of our basic materials coming in now. That said, none of them are going to be coming in at any level of efficiency or anything like that. We've literally just turned on the machines, so that is what it is. Everything's conveyor belt ones. But now, what I can do is I can grab some stuff here and get that turned into biomass. But yeah, so this run we're going to make the base much nicer. I'm not going to have the cursed basement / ceiling. My intention is as we go, I will stop to take a moment to go grab some Mercer spheres and all that kind of stuff to get the storage thing, so as early as we can, I can just effectively build directly from my inventory, or directly from the base inventory without having to even worry about it. That's going to take some doing. That won't be till, I think we figured it was like right around the time you unlock iron, I think is when that becomes available. But I'll need some Mercer spheres to do it. But none of that matters until we get to that stage of the game. All right. All right. I'm trying to think in my head how I want to actually design the base. I don't think I'm going to go full tower. We're definitely going to build up as one of the things. But instead of like the full tower kind of thing I was doing, what I think I'm going to lean to more is not using the layout like it did last time where each floor is split off into its two halves and yada yada yada. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think we're going to go more into the having dedicated areas for each thing. So like when I need the next thing, I'll have the dedicated area for that. It'll have its own place. So really, really a lot more sprawl. That said, I do think I also want to turn around with this and take the time to, like, expand the base over the terrain So obviously stuff like mountains and all that, I'm not gonna like make these big spire things that go up to. Maybe we will. I haven't decided yet. But we're gonna turn this whole place into a parking lot. And just overtake everything. Probably use a lot more trains to get around. Maybe have a central train location. Alright, so let's catch up with what we got here. This is good for you to watch since you're only about 3 hours into the game and everything is a manual mess. Yeah. So like right now, all I've got is I've got the basic construction for smelter, or sorry, drill, smelter, constructor, that, just going along the lines, doing that. It's nothing fancy yet. But just set up the basic automation, all that. Alright, let's process all this into biomass, which we'll want to automate that as early on as we can to not sit here and hug the table. And for those who are watching on YouTube, well, actually, no, YouTube doesn't separate the channels. Alright, so you'll have the music. It'll probably end up muting the VOD, which is the whole thing, but eh. Okay, so our things we need to do. So you need some rods for that. To make the equipment thing. Keep those on hand so you can just keep adding drills and all that. And then one more, well actually we have enough rods now to put that for this. And now it's just getting the limestone. Which I genuinely think I might turn around to the limestone and just find the next ore node and just start putting it to use. We'll see. There's going to be a lot of us trying to scale this out as much as possible. There's 52, that puts it at halfway. That's actually the farthest one. Alright. So let's make good time, but if we are going to be using lots and lots and lots of foundation, I'm going to want to scale up the limestone production early. Alright, we can go and deal with this real quick. I think this time around, for right now, I'm not going to run it all back to base. Let's get this thing cleared up, throw a drill on it, start setting up its production line. Because that way, while I'm working on things, it can just be producing concrete and it can drop by here. Okay, so you just need the constructor. We don't have what we need to set you up yet. Oh, I don't have any rods. That's fine. Okay. Because we're working getting all this wired up, check on our power grid again. And one of the earliest things we're going to do is get all of our biomass stuff fully automated. That might even be literally the first thing I put on our foundations when we get there. is just all the stuff to be like, okay, just drop the wood here, it goes in and feeds into the generators, drop the leaves here, that kind of thing. We'll get the smart splitter very early on to start trying to deal with that as well. So I've got some of you. And you. And grab our copper wire. And more limestone. But yeah, I'm also going to do the thing where you can put the foundations down and then put your drill on the foundation to get it so it's all leveled out. We're going to try our best to have, like, the conveyors move in ways that are structured and organized. That's a bit of a thing to do, unfortunately. It takes, like, a little bit of finagling to get that all sorted out. Alright. Look forward to cutting down all the trees and everything. Alright. You're so quick, but you're watching and learning? Yeah. If at any point, like, I do something, you're like, hang on, I didn't understand that, could you go over that? Don't be afraid to ask, I don't mind. The only time I'll mind that is if you say, hey, could you go over that? And then I do, and you say, hey, I missed that, can you go over that? Like, it's one thing if you get interrupted by an ad or whatever, I totally understand, I gotta repeat it then. But, like, if I repeat answering the same question... oh, this is... Well, to be clear, this is my second full run that I'm going for. I have played before, but before I only got up to, like, the very, like... I don't remember if I actually set up nuclear or not, but I got, like, right to unlocking it. So yeah. And it's also in a lot of these games, generally don't, like, in pretty much every matter of life, you shouldn't compare yourself to others most of the time. Because a lot of times you'll be comparing against their successes, not their failures, if that makes sense. Or, you know, the grass is greener. You'll see the things that go well, not the things that go wrong. And sometimes it can actually be the reverse, depending on your predisposition going into it. Like, if you look at a group of people and you think of them in a negative light, you're more likely to see the things they do wrong and ignore the things they do right. You know, and vice versa. So it's always one of those things. Generally speaking, the best way to compare is to look at the way you did things before. Have you improved since the last time? There's a lot of survivorship bias when you see the surface, for sure. Absolutely. That's kind of what I'm just trying to get across. It's real easy to get yourself, and this is something super true of, like, content creation. You look at someone else's channel and be like, I don't understand, I put so much work into it. How is it they're so much successful despite putting in way less work? And then sometimes people are just luckier. That is very legitimately a thing. But the other time, you might be looking at what they're doing on stream and not what they're doing off stream. And so what might look to you like they're not doing a lot of work, the reality is they're putting way more hours than you'd possibly realize off stream. Or it's just they're allocating their efforts elsewhere and it's paying off better for them, or whatever the thing is. Every builder game strategy game you watch, but you were right. Yeah, no, and to be fair, it's totally fine to be like, hey, you know, I seem to be doing this better and not. Like, it's not bad to look at what someone else is doing and go, what are they doing that is working? What are they doing that is not working? That is valuable insight and whatnot, to be clear. It's just not to look at someone else and be like, oh man, look how fast they finished that. I suck. No, you're not seeing the full picture. Like, you're seeing a slice. I wouldn't say I have high cognitive function, like, super skills. I've got a very long career in software development, and to be, like, getting good at software development requires you to develop a very analytical mind, because that's going to be 90% of what you do, is you're going to be doing creative and analytical stuff. That's just what software development is. If you're someone who doesn't enjoy, you know, trying to logic your way through things, you're gonna have a real rough time if you go into software development. Not saying you can't learn that, you absolutely can. Like, you don't have to have, like, some predisposition or anything. I don't, like, everything can be learned. But it is one of those things that you will have to enjoy that kind of work, or you are going to be miserable. A lot of problem solving. So that's the reasons why you'll actually find in games like Factorio and Satisfactory, you will have a higher than average presence of people who have some interest, background, whatever you want to say, in software development, is just because they are well aligned. That, you know, you can do it for fun, you develop the skill, and then, you know, you can have where you can actually enjoy it. Alright. Alright, so we've got that connected. I'm gonna run you past here. Need more cable. I also fed you on Lamps PZ server, so much respect. Yup. Which, as a reminder, not tomorrow, but the next day, myself, Snoot TV, Killadrix, Brill Dane, and, I'm feeling bad because I'm... Digwood. I didn't look it up. I was on my way to look it up. Digwood, are doing a Project Zomboid neighbor, like friendly neighbors, whatever you want to call it, thing. For those who aren't aware of what that is, it's an idea that, Snoot, Digwood, and Kildrix did already. That the short version of what it is we are all neighbors, and we all hate each other and want each other to die. But, you know, murder's just, that's just, come on, we're better than that. That's just uncouth. So we all want each other to die, and we are all prepared to do stuff to get each other to die. But, you know, we're better than murder. So it's sabotage. So that starts at 5 p.m. EST. 5 p.m. EST till 8 p.m. EST is the current scheduled time for that. So the reason I'm being very, very emphasizing of that is I normally start at 7 p.m. EST. So that means stream is going to start 2 hours early, and then about an hour, like, you know, past that, we'll still be doing it. Passive-aggressive neighbors, aka most neighbors in real life, plus zombies. Yeah. So it is a slightly early stream, and it's going to be a collaboration between a total of 5 people. Should be a lot of fun. I believe, yeah, for everyone who is involved, it'll be my first time doing a collaborative stream with them. So it should be fun. I do know they're looking to rotate out who will be participating in it, and, like, doing the same event multiple times. But this time, like, I don't know how knowledgeable Brill Dane is on the game. I believe Brill Dane has played Project Zomboid a bit and has some knowledge to it. And then I would say the other 3 are kind of in that intermediate area. They know all the basic game mechanics. When things are going right, they can survive just fine. But when things go sideways, maybe less able to, like, react in ways to save themselves. Because, you know, it might be mechanics they haven't run into yet. They haven't faced that problem a number of times to figure out what works and doesn't work to get out of it. But I, on the other hand, am someone who has put in a ridiculous amount of hours into the games. So I fully feel like I gotta demonstrate what that is. I'm not gonna go like sweaty, try hard, haha, I have to kill them all, that kind of thing. I mean, I'm gonna certainly try, like, but I don't feel like I gotta really go and make sure beyond anything else that I survive. Because I do want to make sure I'm doing so in a way that'll be fun. That I don't abuse, like, super niche things that you're not going to figure out realistically, because just they're not super clear.
Milestone reached. Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Like advanced trap mechanics? Yeah, nothing like that. I've already got quite a few ideas, a couple that I have gotten from chat, just to give credit where credit is due. I'm not going to spoil them just in case people are floating around who might hear it. And because I am worried about people hearing the ideas here and then immediately jumping over to like Digwood or something and be like, hey, you should totally do this thing. I want them to be a surprise. And a few of them are pretty dastardly. We'll see what I can set up. Some of my ideas might be a little ambitious for the time we have available, but we'll see. Alright, so we've got the foundations. This is where I can start actually going and organizing things. The next milestone would be that, which I literally have everything I need to just slap the button and get going. Alright, so let's start by moving around our power grid. I've got this nice open area here. And we're going to start putting down some foundations for our power grid. And I am picking up all the greens because I'm going to bury this under foundation. And once I've done that, those won't be available anymore. That's probably fine. Alright. Best way don't tell one? Exactly. That's the whole thing, like... And this goes into, data security practices.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in, visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out, feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
Cool. Alright. So let's get started with this. Okay, so we're basically making our base power production. Like the initial base power production. Because I want to automate it, like I said, to the point where I literally will have a box I just chuck stuff into, and it will find its way through all the biomass burners and whatnot. And I will just not need to deal with that at all. Alright. And so as we start cleaning this up, all these things are just chucked on the ground, will be moved to not be on the ground. That's kind of a way you have to start. Like, until you have foundations, you can't make anything nice looking. And then the reason I'm not going and putting down the pads everywhere, like right now, is what'll end up happening is the moment I get to where they need to meet, they won't line up, and the only way to fix it is going to be to go back the entire way to all the pads I previously made and clean them up, and I don't wanna. I'm just gonna spread out this foundation, and as we get to more resources, consume them, all that. And I do think I'll make some type of sky highway or whatever eventually, but that's a later issue. All right. Okay, so let's start getting this built up, the initial stuff. So there's the burner, which I just realized you're not even hooked up. So give that back, because you're doing literally nothing. But are we going to do sky trains? Probably. We'll definitely be doing trains. We'll see how they end up actually being set up, whether it's like sky trains or whatever. Okay, so biomass burner. We currently wanted to have 3 of those set up. So I'll need more rods. Drop you in. Drop you in. Drop you in. Organization, storage container. We can drop all that in there for right now. We can go here to our splitter. All right. 1, 2. That's gonna need a separate connection, so I'll drop you. 3. Plug you on the corner and hook you up to the rest of the system. And with that, these 2 are now retired. Alright. So I've now got it here where I at least don't need to do anything with that. I can just drop all this here. So the next move is going to be to put a constructor here that's actually be set up for solid fuel. Okay. So, a couple issues I have is I'm not automatically making cable yet. Grab more concrete and get that all going. But it's part of the reason why when it came to getting this all set up, I tried to go out of my way at the beginning to get 2 of these set up. Is we're going to go through a lot of concrete putting down these foundations. I'm also going to need to up my iron plates production, but that'll be more of a concern later. But we should be able to actually tech up relatively quickly this way. And then, like I said, what my intention is to get the dimensional storage as early in the game as we can, And then just anytime I get a new material that can be used in building construction, one of my first priorities is going to be hooking it up with the dimensional storage. Just that way, once I've got set up, I never have to worry about it again. All right. So we've got our bio burners on here. How is our power usage? 57 out of 90, that's fine. So for right now, I can't automatically make these... Well, no, screws I can automatically make. It's the smart plates I can't. Alright. So time to figure some things out. I've got that iron over there. We're going to start getting that set up to be iron for screws. There's a good chance I'm going to, get out of here. Yeah, there's a good chance I'm going to make this go up a little bit when it gets there. All right. Okay, so which way do I want to go? So that's going to be my power. It's going to go this way. We're going to plan for that to have some space. Screw production. Let's plan for this area to slowly expand into screw production. So we're going to put that here. Well, actually, we're going to go with a smelter route. Okay. So you're going to grow this way, and I'm just going to let that go until the belt can't handle it anymore. Whereas for the ore... I've got 3 different iron nodes here that we can go and put them all together to produce stuff. That's going to take a little bit of work. But my idea here is to try and bring it, and we'll go that way with it. Because then I can go and I can run the length as much as we want that way for all of the ore production. And then we can take the ingots from, you know, either side, dump them out to make rods and plates. And now to send off the plates someplace else to make screws. And there's more iron over here. That's good to know. New run? Yeah, we beat the other one. So I put up the chat on what they wanted to play, because we played a little bit of Shadows of Doubt for the beginning of stream. Didn't seem like people were like really resonating with it. So we got a new run. If you missed the ending of the old run, it is on YouTube. They like Papa Strider clogged the toilet and was forced to leave it without getting unclogged. Guess who was lucky enough to have to clean it? Yeah. Yeah, so this time we're going to try to be avoiding the spaghetti and get stuff going. So we just got our foundations, and I am slowly going to start expanding and then setting up my automated smelters and all that. We've got our early stuff. Get out of here. All right. Because one of the early things I do need to get set up is we do need to get screw production online. Which is what we're allegedly working on right now. Okay. So there's ore there, there, and here. So if I turn that around to face this way, I can potentially take a belt from this. So you're connected that tower to that tower. Okay, so I should be able to yank you. Plug that in and that in. Alright, cool. So we've got you all hooked up. Alright, so I've got that one hooked up. It's going to start spitting out ore. And then this belt is going to go this way. Alright, so let's see here about moving some of this stuff around. Because the goal here is to try and get this all onto nice platforms and all that pretty early on. So let's take you apart. And you. And you. Yup. All day, every day. Grab the plates, and you. Alright, so with that, we've got that whole entire sequence knocked out. I'm going to go production, put down another miner Mark 1. Going to face it that way. I think we have to actually raise this up a little. It's probably fine. Okay, so we've got you going over here. It's like the exact wrong length. Okay. Logistics, merge. Plan to build differently this time? Yep. Go grab the concrete, and I need to get that set up to start, you know, smelting stuff. Nah, I got you, Strider. I know how cloud toilets work. I have been. Anyone who's like lived in an apartment or in a home, sooner or later, something's gonna go wrong. But yeah, so in this, instead of like last time where it's like this side of the floor is this side of the floor is that, we're gonna have like this area just is the screws area. You know, this area is the rods area, this area is the what. And obviously they're gonna have to be connected in some manner or another. Because it would be cool to have like this tower that you bring in all the ingredients and ultimately you spit out the thing on the other end. And you could probably do that. There'd just be so much duplication, it would probably ruin half of the benefit. Oh, right, that's the merge. Okay, so we've got that. Okay. That's fine, we'll bury the nut tree. Alright, so then we got that drill there. So let's plan for this to go this way. Why not once you unlock trains that you use the station for the setting block? I don't know what you mean by setting block. When we unlock trains, I will likely use trains as my means of getting stuff between areas. Production smelter. And then we can go logistics splitter. First block to be placed. I don't... You mean like what I set up a new location, put down the train station, and then build from that point? I mean, that's fine. I don't think it actually matters Honestly, the first blocks will be foundations, just out of necessity, because even the train station, you put on a foundation. All right. And there's the iron ingots. Okay. So we've got our iron production online, at least there. Yeah, those are gonna need a ramp up at them. But for the moment, we can go organization. It's not going to go farther to the right than this because of the big pillar thing in the way for right now. We put you here. Is there an alloy between copper and iron? I believe there are alternative patterns that do stuff between copper and iron. Oh, you mean in real life? I think bronze is copper and tin. That's a tricky one to get those mergers where I want them. Okay, so we've got the ingots. I mean, technically you can mix nearly anything, it's just most of them aren't useful. Yeah. You don't really benefit in any meaningful way. Alright, so we've got that set up. Let's go ahead and run over here. Yank all this up. Okay. Those belts feel so slow. Oh yeah, going back to tier 1 belts? Uh-huh. That's because they are slow. It's not really much more to add to that. Alright. So. There's a bunch of copper over there. That's probably fine. Okay. So first up, we can go ahead and go here in production to constructor. I'm just gonna literally have it pass right through into that. And you'll make plates. I'm gonna go down here and get this. And I realize we're not getting our field research built and we're not getting screws set up. This is that initial setup of going, okay, we've got our plates. Okay, we've got our rods. Okay, we've got our screws. Okay, unlock the next thing. Okay, now we have the next thing. So it's just going to take us a little bit to get this all initially set up. And once we've got it, we'll be good. Realistically, these are things that are going to move around over time. That as the screw production like fills in its space and becomes too much, I might move it off onto its own, like by itself, and then just ramp it up big time over there and tear down my less efficient ones. But for right now, it's fine. The belts will end up being a bottleneck real quick. Do the big elephant things not drop material? The big elephant things. Oh, you mean the, what people call beans? The things you can jump on and bounce? I don't think they do, actually. I could be wrong, but I think literally killing them, you just do it because you feel like it, that the only purpose it serves is if they are in the way, well, you know, you're getting them out of the way. Okay. Alright, so we're making the iron plates again, so that's good news. Give me just a moment to clear this. Alright. Now the big thing from here is where do I want to go to build the rods? Because I could potentially do... this to make a slightly elevated platform place to move some of that ore up here, and this will give me room to make rods. All right, so with that we'd go here, go logistics, splitter. That's fine. And same exact idea, same exact kind of positions. I need more cable, which is another thing I'll need to set up. Alright. Because, yeah, what we'll do is we'll start getting that all set up, and just more and more we'll expand this out. Oh, meanwhile, get all the ore out of my inventory. That I don't care about. Okay. And I believe I needed reinforced plates. Is that... No, I've got the reinforced plates. What was I missing? Oh, it was the cable. That's right, it was cable. But you got plenty of wire. Just got to set up the production for cable as well so that we get some as wire, some as cable. Alright. So let's get the next thing set up here. And now I can go constructor here. So we'll end up running into some limitations growing that way. It'll be one of those things that over time I'll end up needing more and more and more things. And we'll just grow where we gotta grow to make that happen. Okay, and the splitter. Well, that's running away fast. Curious. Alright, so we got rods being produced again. That's good news. Okay. But yeah, so we are getting everything set up here. And as you can see, we are just expanding the foundations more and more and more. That'll be a thing that'll never stop. But I am going to need to get then the screws being automatically produced, because that's what we're missing on our automatic production right now, is we don't have screws, we don't have cables. Once we get the screw and cables, that should help a lot more. Okay. It'd also be nice when we start getting our things that let us run faster and do all that stuff. I'll probably also see what I could do to replace the floor and all that. Okay. So, next up is the screws. Go away, birds. Grab the iron plates. As you can see, you love to see a min-maxed biomass constructor setup. I don't think you'd really min-max it per se. I think realistically what you'd end up doing with your setup is what I'm going to ultimately do on this one is I'm going to have constructors where I just have a box, I chuck anything that can be eventually made into biomass in the box, and using smart splitters feed it into constructors that would then feed it into be made into whatever I need it to be made into. But like, actually making sure all of your ratios are perfect and all that, I don't think it's even relevant for them. You're saying, gonna run, missed you? Jeez, missed you. Oh well, own it. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging out, entertainment, all that. It's the same thing as like when your favorite show gets canceled or like on temporary hiatus or whatever. It's perfectly fine to be like, oh yeah, I missed that show. What tier are the smart splitters? Not soon enough. I don't know off the top of my head, but they're a decent ways up there. I'd guess like 4 or 5 maybe. Oh no, I don't think they're through that. I think they're through the MAM, so I don't actually think they have a directly tied to tier. So I actually might be able to get them earlier. Okay, I need to make the plates. And thank you, Roots Twig, for the lurk. I really do appreciate it. Alright. Alright, screw production is online. And now I have to wait and see how I want to deal with the ramps there. Need a Twitch plugin where chat can pay bits to change your color palette live with no input from you? I'd be fine with that. And it with like all sorts of ridiculous colors and all that going on here. Alright, so we are finally producing screws, so that'll be good. Looking good. Where's the skyscraper? Different run. This is a fresh start. So we're building a bit more wide than tall this time. We're at 60 out of 90. We can drop that off in there. You finished? Yep. If you're looking for the VOD, it is on YouTube. It's like there's one last stream of it that was about an hour and a half long. I did that right before I left. I posted about it in the Discord, so that is one of those things that whenever I do stuff like, you know, a stream isn't happening, or we're doing a stream early, or, you know, I post a video on YouTube, all of that gets announced on the Discord, and you can opt in and out of whatever you want to be told or hear or whatever. But Twitch doesn't give us a place here where I can tell you unless you catch me live telling you about it. So it is one of those things. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I had I did a short stream on the day before I flew out, and the reason it was a short stream was just to wrap up the game because I had stuff I had to do. And the only reason I didn't stream it on Twitch is everyone would lose their stream streaks. And it would also, with my average CCV, it would really drag it down. And very unfortunately, when it comes to like sponsorship opportunities and different considerations that happen with your channel, like the number that everyone cares about is your CCV, your average concurrent viewership. And so it's unfortunately one of those things that had I done like a mini stream real quick to just wrap it up on stream, it would have just punished so many things around the channel that it was just not worth doing it that way. Which it's really annoying it works that way, but that's just the metrics. I kind of wish there was a way on Twitch to like flag and say, hey, don't count this stream in my metrics. Like don't count it for anything. Don't count it for stream streaks, don't count it for average viewership. Like I still want the ad revenue and subs and all that. But like for all considerations of like sponsors and everything, that I could just go and be like, this one doesn't count. Like I'm doing something that strategically doesn't make sense to stream that I want to do for my community. Please don't punish me for it. Because that's what makes like all the counter pressure for like why you don't have content creators who play like niche games. You know, that kind of thing. I really wish they would have more systems around that to allow for that. Because right now, when your content creator plays something they know is not going to perform, it's not even a double whammy, it's a triple whammy. So the first whammy is you already know you're going to have lower than your average viewership because you are playing something outside your norm and all that. And that's fine. You're also going to lose a lot of growth opportunity because you're playing something off the beaten path as well. So that's your second whammy. So you're getting a lower than average viewership and you're getting less new viewers as well. And then the triple whammy is because you're now also getting yourself screwed on your average viewership, which then hurts you on, you know, sponsored opportunity and all that. So playing games that you don't think are going to perform is just like you getting slapped in 10 different directions. Let's see. It should just not count outliers and average. I could go for that as well. That for like the last like consideration of your average that throws out like the 5. Like and to be fair, for your averages, it should throw it on both ends. Take like the top 5, bottom 5, chuck them out the bin, and that would give you a more realistic average. Now, I know as a creator that'd be a bummer because those individual really good streams can sometimes carry your average pretty well. But at the same time, that'd give you a more reasonable average overall. I could see normalizing the numbers, yeah. You think spikes may be an important growth indicator though, while lapses don't mark the same trend? Like I said, as much as I wish it wasn't the case, I would actually argue spikes don't necessarily imply growth either. Like if I'm streaming and someone drops in a raid with 900 people and they stick around for a little while, if they never come back, that's not growth. Now realistically, if you get that size of raid, you probably have some growth from it. Like most likely you got some growth that came from that. But it is one of those things that not necessarily. Like half the people are already asleep and whatnot. Is what about using an alt account and then hosting that one on the main channel? Hosting isn't a mechanic anymore. They got rid of hosting a while back. I can do a thing where it says, while I'm offline, may I suggest that? But like actual hosting isn't a thing anymore, unfortunately. You mean for stats? I probably wouldn't even count raids. So the problem with not counting raids is because shared viewership. Like if I raid FG squared, I'm gonna bring FG a lot of FG's normal
Supply
viewers.
The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
Yeah, exactly as Lardine's saying. If we didn't count raids, you would have viewers who would show up normally, like after I ended stream, they would naturally go on next person. It would create a reason to not raid friends of your channel and all that, like to go out of your way to avoid raiding others because it could negatively impact them. So yeah, we definitely want those to count. Now, to be clear, for those who don't know, when you're counting for qualifying for stuff like partner and all that, in that case, it is a thing where raid viewers don't count for it. But it's not worth worrying about. If you get raided, only count if they stay for 10 minutes. Yeah, there's stuff they could do to normalize the data.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Okay, so we're just researching what we can.
This mushroom, dubbed bacon agaric due to its uncanny resemblance to raw bacon, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
So actually, funny enough you mentioned algorithms. The only algorithm Twitch really uses is on its recommended section. That front page area, I mean, that's not true. They have algorithms there. But it's not nearly as heavy on algorithms as other platforms. A lot of it is who has higher viewership. Congratulations, you're there.
This fruit, dubbed the barrel nut after its distinctive color, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available. Mercer sphere analysis completed. Established local planetary signature of massage 2, AB, B, in the local Mercer sphere signals, allowing them to be tracked by the object scanner. Mercer spheres can also transmit data between specific.
Witness our scripture, witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us a song.
Arguing the existence of intelligent alien life. While Fixit has figured out the method, all of the original data is still untranslatable.
Alright, bear with me a moment, chat. We're in an ad break. I want to quickly use the restroom and try and eat a little bit of food real fast while we're in the ad break. I'll be right back. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green, just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the Zap. No, come on. Come on, buy the Zap. All right, fine. All right, one moment. You wish stores are this efficient in real life? Alright, Terrain, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? I know it says pod, but because of the font, it looks like poo. I'm going to my poo now, too. What a waste. That is what poo is. All these months of work will be lost. I can't understand what happened. This shouldn't have happened. I appreciate the love, but you are actually starting to... I'm gonna have to put the wood axe down for a minute. You're giving me so many weapons. I'm being... Oh, goodness. All right. Undead Baron getting their sweet, sweet justice. All right, so that's the first death. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... All right, you know what? It's fine with me. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. Okay. Actually didn't get much of my food eaten during that time because I had to run around and look for napkins and everything. It's fine. It's just basically I don't completely forget about it and not eat because I'll do that. And that's a bad thing to do. Anyways, back to what we were doing, which is me trying to remember what the heck I was doing, and we can turn you into Hatcher Protein. I can take that over to the MAM and unlock the next thing. Hyperfocus is a good thing, but it comes at a cost. It does. Hey, Slayer, how's it going? Well, Slay 3K. Hey, we met at TwitchCon, right? I'm thinking of the right person. I'm not mixing up the names because I totally do that. I'm pretty sure we met.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Yep, we got... Oh man, there's layers to this. We went to a place called Little Italy. I had tacos. You had pizza. We had someone who had ramen. And don't worry, chat. We got true, authentic Mexican tacos in San Diego. Like a mashed potato and potato chip taco. A mac and cheese and pulled pork taco. And what the heck was the last one? Oh, what was the last one? I'm blanking on it. If you didn't catch, that's not normal taco ingredients. Yeah. Everdream had the ramen. It was this cool place that was like, it was almost like a food court, but it was called Little Italy, and they had a place that its whole marketing was, it's not tacos. And it was just weird taco things that were just different stuff. I remember the last one, whatever it was, it had cabbage. Oh, it was Nashville hot chicken taco, which is pretty good actually. Cabbage on taco sounds amazing. Cabbage on tacos is actually pretty standard. If you get like anything like shrimp or fish tacos, usually it'll be cabbage on there. Depending on where you go, it'll be red cabbage sometimes. You can get not seafood tacos that sometimes will have cabbage, but usually it's a seafood taco thing. Sometimes chicken tacos, depending on what they're doing with it. But usually those go more for lettuce. All right. So you've got the ingots going. You're making my plates. And a lot of these are going to move later. They're going to have to. For when I go to get the other things in. It's just not going to matter yet. They've almost got enough of those. Meanwhile... Are you getting enough ingots to stay full? Yeah. Oh, I don't have cable. Alright, that's fine. If I get the obstacle clearing, that's when I'm going to set up my my more proper power automation, because then I can make the solid biomass, which is better than the ground up biomass they've got. And that's where I can go solid biomass. Okay, you know, the torn up biomass feeds into this. Okay, the various individual things that go into making the next part. Alright, so we've got cable. I need to get the cable automated already. I'll need to expand it over. Right now, I'll get this set up. But yeah, because then I can go and I can take all this, all the various aliens and just auto-biomass them. And honestly, we could probably go pretty late game with that auto-biomassing. Just on biomass burners. Because when you kill the aliens, they actually give you a pretty good chunk of biomass per bit.
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and coral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated to increase inventory size. Inspirational note: will you be the Fix-It Employee of the Month? You could be if you construct, automate, explore, and exploit by eliminating all obstacles to efficiency. This isn't just fun, it's contractually mandated fun, fun, fun.
Alright. So I need to get more screws to get our chainsaw. And once we get our chainsaw, that's when a lot of things are going to change, because then it can start ripping up trees and all that. It's not quite enough to set that up. In the meantime, I should be able to start making more constructors. So where I've got that currently putting just the regular crappy biomass in there, we are going to be flipping those all over to the solid biomass to improve them. That's going to take some work, because I'm going to need a decent number of these plates, and I'm going to have a lot to build here. But I should have plenty of room. Because these are ones I don't really have to scale up in any meaningful capacity. So what we can do is that can stay right where it is. We'll go production, constructor. I'm fine with that. And you are solid biomass. I need cable. Which I still need to automate. The copper is probably the next thing I need to automate. But yeah, that was for those who missed earlier on the stream, I'm back from TwitchCon. I got to meet a lot of really fun people, including Slay3K there. Let me go ahead and make sure I do this before I forget, because then I'll feel bad. Because it was cool hanging out with you. But yeah, and also, while I've got you here, feel free to plug what the content you play on your channel. This is my big old thumbs up to self-promotion going on. So, by all means, let us know what you stream, because it'll also help me for when I when I go to plug it kind of later myself. So grab that back, drop this off. Right now, drop you in here. Okay, so let's see here. For the next step, I will need the wood. All right, so I'll need 3 of these here, so that's fine. So what I'm gonna do here is gonna be a little weird compared to the way we made our last one. And also, if I can get a shout out for Slay Through K, and then after that, Allison Adventures, if we haven't already done it. I may have missed it because of focusing on the factory. Yeah, factory is important. Fact. Hurry. So what I'm doing now is I'm pulling out all of the loose biofuel to make solid. So it's saying the last thing that Slate plays is Frostpunk 2. That's right. So if you like Frostpunk 2, that's a place you could find is with Slay 3K. And then after that one drops off, we can go ahead and get a shout out for Allison Adventure. You put a 2-minute cooldown on shout out. That's built in. That's not something I set. Twitch literally limits how fast you can shout people out. It has, I think it's 1 hour long cooldown on the same person, and I think it's 5 minutes between it's either 5 or 2 or 3 or whatever between individual shoutouts. And I don't believe I can change that. I know we couldn't in the past. I don't think it's changed. All right, so this one is leaves. This one is wood. It's not centered. So you can put a pole here, drop that off and that off. You'll need to go here to organizers. So grass and wood. Okay. And so the next one that's going to happen is I'm going to need to put another one of these right here for changing the alien protein into the loose biomass to then be turned to solid biomass. That's going to take more reinforced plates. And then we'll end up happening before that is I'll eventually need to make a machine to turn the various individual types of alien stuff into alien protein. And then once I have that, the whole thing's set up where all I have to do is just have a box that's got a splitter, like a series of splitters after it, so that it would be just drop this stuff in and it would just put in the appropriate place. Because these would be 2 of my inputs here, wood and grass. And then we'd have, the other stuff over here for the, I think it's 3 or 4 different types of alien bits. And then that should work. Okay. Let's see here. So if we... Oh, I didn't make nearly enough of those. Let's double check, because there was the hives, the spitters... Oh yeah, it's 4. And then there'd be a 5th one for converting the last step. That's fine. Because I'm just trying to get this set up so literally all I have to do is come in later and do all that. You launched the rocket for the first time? Oh, in Factorio? Nice. Or do you mean RimWorld? Which would also be nice. Both of those are major milestones. Nice. You launch a ship. That already puts you, like, way farther than a very large number of players so far as what you got done. It is a very small number of people who actually managed to launch the ship. Okay, so alien protein to biomass. Cool. We go here to organization, large container. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, another friend of the channel, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, but also has been playing a bunch of RimWorld lately. Launched the ship for the very first time, which is a major milestone because that's winning the game. And honestly, very few RimWorld players ever get to see roll credits. So, big deal. Like, big deal there. A whole 963 hours? Yeah, but that's very normal. Like, that is just a normal thing of RimWorld, is just people wanting to just keep building the colony bigger and bigger forever until eventually their wealth blows up so high they can't keep it alive in a fight anymore. Yeah, so this will seem like a bit of a mess, but that's because this will never need to... Oh, I see one. You know what, that's fine. We can just split and go the other way. Okay, because this one is going to be Hatcher protein, and the other ones I won't be able to configure quite yet. And are you already configured? Yep. So if I put this in here, that should go around. It's basically alien hamburger. Yep, cool, and that feeds into the rest of the system. Alright. And go here and say merger. Oh, that's at a weird angle. Hold, please. Let's try that again. Fix that up in a minute. I was wondering why I was putting the merger at a weird angle. Now I know. Okay. Alright, so for right now, that's wired up about as much as I can for the moment. The big thing that's missing from it is what I'll ultimately need to do is make a chest I can put stuff in here. And then I'll probably just have, like... I'll probably end up, honestly, putting a chest here for the bug stuff. So you sit there and we have, like, a box, I drop it in here. And it says, okay, to the left, leaves, forward, wood, right, the bug stuff, or other, whatever I configure it. It might even be, like, multiple. We'll figure it out. And that would just feed into these. And then we just need to go through all that. Because with all these, it doesn't matter if any of those back up into that box, because it would slowly get burned and turned into the solid biomass here. And this would go faster, but the conveyor belts can't handle it. And these should be filling up. Yeah, we look at it as slowly filling up over time. We'll get there. It's fine. How is our power grid looking right now? 77, or so we have 90 out of 77. 77 out of 90. Okay, so our power is mostly configured. We can go over here where we've been this whole time producing a bunch of these materials. I'm hoping I will just have enough screws laying around. I am going to need to expand my rod production because it's just not enough to keep up with the screws. Alright, so I need more plates, that's fine. We got plenty of ingots, so I shouldn't have to worry about that so much yet. Alright. Because we really need to automate this. Those are going to be more and more of a problem as time goes on. And the big issue I have right now is we are running at full capacity in that tier 1 belt. Did we get your food? Yep. The next time we hit an ad break, I will do that. I probably missed the next ad break already. Oh, that is actually keeping up. Interesting. Well, still. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Okay, and how are you? You've already got most of your ports covered, so let's do this, and then that, so we got extra cables. Iron rods. We can get logistics, merger. Roughly center of the block. Okay. Let's see, Killjuice says, hey Rual, someone who's never seen this game before but enjoys Factorio, what's the highlight of this resource builder? I can't show you it right now, but it's build up. So you do have all directions you can go. The other thing is where Factorio is a procedurally generated world, that exploration really only matters in that you found more ore, but otherwise it's pretty eh. Like, you know, it's a fun game and all that, but like, exploring the map doesn't really give you much. One of the things you run into in this game is there's all sorts of really cool hidden resources between hard drives and all that that unlock like alternative recipes to make things and whatnot. That exploration is a very meaningful part of this game. Like, and it feels good to do exploration. It's not just you do exploration and but why'd I do it kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I would definitely say that's kind of its biggest draws, is you have like multiple tiers to stuff so you can build up, and that changes the entire way you design your factories. But exploration actually mattering in the game does things, because this is a handcrafted map. It's a real big handcrafted map, but it's a handcrafted map. So you can also think of it like 7 Days to Die versus Project Zomboid's map, where 7 Days to Die, the map's pretty whatever. There's some buildings over here. That's cool. I'm going to get loot out of them, but do I really care about those buildings? Not really. But Project Zomboid, there's the feeling of learning the map and doing all that stuff that gets interesting over time. Oh, I actually meant to... What am I missing to make the chainsaw? That's not where I make the chainsaw. Screws and the plates. Which we have to go grab more screws. But yeah, otherwise, like, they both have very similar automation, though they approach a lot of the automation a little bit differently. So this one doesn't have the concept of inserters and that kind of stuff. Instead, it depends a lot more on the conveyor belts. But then this one also has stuff like hyper tubes and all sorts of stuff to pull, like zip you around the map and all that kind of stuff that Factorio doesn't. And jump pads and, you know, other stuff that wouldn't work in Factorio's universe just because there's no up. But if people sit there and go like, no, objectively one's better than the other, they're not being objective. It's kind of a thing that I actually feel it's not good to compare Factorio and Satisfactory so far as like which is better, because they're just different. They do a lot of the same things, but in very different approaches. And Up does add a lot of challenge to the game, because your pumps and like all that for oil and water and whatnot, they care about gravity. Pumping things uphill sucks. So you end up wanting to build your stuff and then pump it downhill. And you can overcome it, to be clear. It's just, it becomes the thing you start considering that. Alright, so let's get our chainsaw built so I can start shredding everything nearby me. It's gonna be overkill for what I need, but we'll grab that. Alright, so now as I want to expand and trees and stuff are in the way, they can all go. Alright. And if you didn't catch, it pulls up everything in an area around it. You can switch it to individually pull stuff up.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Alright. So just want to do a quick lap to pick up some stuff right around us. Because we're going to burn all this in our biomass burner. Okay. So now, like I said, we can sit there and get trees and all that out of the way, which will make our lives easier for cleanup. Now we don't have all the stuff set up yet to do the auto filtering of stuff over in the biomass burner side. We'll get there. Alright. So, I'm pretty sure the one on the right was wood. Yeah, so you're wood. And you're grass. And I don't have anything from the mycelium yet. And I'm not going to use the mycelium to make biomass. There's just way better things for me to do with that. You'll end up making fabric and all sorts of goodies with it.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Alright. So I still need to set up the cable production, and I keep putting that off just because I haven't gotten over here to start fixing up any of that to be on the platform and leveled out and yada yada yada. We definitely need to get on that, because the longer I put that off, the more I'm going to suffer. But I am low-key hoping I could just... Oh, literally, I'm going to be waiting on cable. That's fine. Alright, yeah, so... Let me handcraft some cable. Well, we're going to do this the lazy way for just a minute. Let me make just enough the plates to get another constructor going. It's gonna take 2 seconds to get this to at least be doing something. Because if I set that up... Alright, so destroy that line. Add new power pole, connect it in, and connect it in. Okay, so at least we're making cable now. In the meantime, I don't want to wait for that to finish to get our next milestone knocked out, so we're going to go ahead and do that, because we'll get part assembly, and we will need part assembly to make the reinforced plates and the rotors. Those are things that I'm ultimately going to want to have dedicated production for, because I will need an absolutely obnoxious number of them. So I can see making a railway that just picks up a giant mountain of rotors, runs it across to where they're needed, and drops them off. We'll see how all that goes. That'll be an interesting one, because I'll have to produce enough rotors to refill storage to make it worth doing. But it takes some work. Alright, so grab you, you, and you.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It company goals without any other ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
Okay. Let's see. Thought there was a way I could move this down. Oh, wait, there we go. So what I want to kind of do, be able to sneak this under this. And then we'll rearrange this to be sitting on it when it's all said and done. Alright. Start getting that limestone off the ground as well. Okay, I'm just getting rid of all these trees and all that over here, so we can keep expanding more and more. Because I do plan on paving over everything. It'll be wonderful. Okay, we got a couple of these things over here. Alright. So we've got you going on. Like I said, these will end up needing to get pulled up and moved. I'm gonna want to do that. I don't think I am ready to do that quite yet. Oh, I missed that we had already paved over these. How do you build a multi-floor factory? So first you just need to have any type of block. So you can just kind of build, well actually here, you can just build like a ramp up. So you can just run up here, you can toss this down, and then what you'd end up doing here is for dealing with like getting the conveyors up and down for the floors. It's not going to go smoothly because I haven't set up a belt. You can have these belts that drop up and down between floors. And that's just how you get your materials up and down between them. And if you're wondering how I built multiple blocks at once, almost every type of equipment, you'll notice like right over there in the middle, it's got the little orange R. It'll switch what type of mode it's in. So it says like switch to area mode, switch to starting mode. If I grab this, you can toggle between, it's almost like straight that way from me. You can go to zoop mode, vertical mode, default mode. And zoop mode is like, you click and drag, and it'll go something like 10 blocks before it'll stop and make you do it again. There's lots and lots of stuff you can do to automate that. Well, not automate it, but improve the efficiency. Okay, so what the heck is up on this hill? Maybe this hill becomes our reinforced plate location. To make sure there's nothing I have to worry about carrying on here. I do not see anything. No problem. It's stuff that, like, they have the commands in the game, but it's not something that's super easy to notice. You kind of have to have someone, you know, spell it out for you. So it's good for someone to be like, hey, it's right there. Alright. So, what I think is going to happen here, not quite enough. I'm going to build an up area up here, and this is going to be where reinforced plates happen. There's going to be a lot of tinkering around with these ones that we have to, like, go higher and lower and all that for. Okay. Now we want to have to figure out one moment. Sorry about that. Then we want to need to figure out as well as how I want to tackle these side areas. Like I said, realistically, a lot of the stuff will end up getting moved around as we go. Oh, I've kind of hit the capacity of what I can fit here, and there'll be time to like go. All right, well, I just need more. Oh, you need rotors. I hadn't anticipated that. All right, so let's go ahead and get that. So I'm gonna need rods and screws. And with that, we can go ahead and grab the plates while we're here. With that, I'm gonna need to make some rotors, and I'm gonna need to make some assemblers. And we'll get the smart plates going first, and then I'm gonna turn around and get a separate area for the rotors going. So for an assembler, I need 8 smart, 4 rotors. Let's get our 4 rotors. And our smart plates. But yeah, and then one of the things we're going to need to do pretty early on is I'm going to need to try and automate a lot of this stuff out of the situation. We can probably grab you, and I can probably get over to the MAM and do some good. Nutrients, I don't have much else we can do with that right now. Mycelium. I'll grab some biomass to make that happen, probably. I actually can't. Okay, that's fine. We just pop over here and your wood. And your grasp. Okay. And I can also just keep that stuff running, and whenever we get to the point that I've got a backlog on it, I can deal with it then. In the meantime, we'll put the mycelium away. We can go ahead and get that. And I've got enough materials now for an assembler. Let's get the assembler up there and start having it produce either rotors or reinforced plates. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I need both, so whatever. Okay. Assembler. I'm missing cable. That's fine. We're already producing that over here. And I can see on this end, we're slowly, you know, leveling everything out with the... Well, not leveling. We're slowly making a walkable factory floor and all that. We got a long ways to go on it, though. But I need to get it expanded over here to where the copper is. But that'll happen in time. We just got down there to where the limestone is. I'll get that sorted out. But yeah, the moment I have to like massively grow amount of stuff, like when we have to massively grow our screws eventually, I'll make a dedicated screw production place or something. And just see how fast we can ship screws around, which will probably be silly and inefficient. But, hear me out, I also don't really care. Okay, so reinforced plates. So you need iron plates and screws. That's not that big of an issue. We can go down here to logistics, splitter. And for the time being... We're gonna run this up the hill. We start a new game? Yep, we won the last one. It is available on YouTube for those who missed us beating the last run. And if you're trying to find the YouTube, it's !YouTube will get you there. But yeah, I actually hadn't planned on playing more Satisfactory. But it's just one of those things. We played, we gave, the new Shadows of Doubt, update a little bit of a play. Didn't seem to really be, like, resonating with the channel and all that, so I went ahead and we swapped over and people voted for more Satisfactory. Which I'm fine with, because I really enjoy this game. All right. We can fix this easy enough. Hey, Glenn, how's it going? Alright, so now I can take it like that, and there. Okay, and that should get our smart plates go, or not smart plates, our reinforced plates going. As soon as we get the power hooked up, which is easy enough. I'll put one on the edge here so it's easier to get a line of sight. Alright. Go to organizations, storage crate. Okay, so with that, I've got the reinforced plates being produced up above there. The next thing I'm going to need to do is get the rotors being produced. Now I got a couple options. I could put them over on this side, like moving that way to expand. Because that's not going to, like, we're not going to expand that down. But I could see, like, that, making this, like, a dedicated rotor area down here. Just paving right over this area. All right. Okay, so again, I'm going to need a handful of reinforced plates and a handful of rotors. It was 8 and 4 to get those going. And then we'll need to expand the number of everything I've got, which is nothing new at all. And it won't be too much longer till I can build the space elevator, start making the smart plates, and then we can start working on unlocking the dimensional storage. And then what's going to end up happening is we're going to finagle all of these so that each time I make a new material, some of it gets fed into a dimensional storage right away, and then I never need to worry about trying to deal with that material anymore. Alright, so I need a total of 8 of these. And I need 4 of these. And that'll be for our rotors. Okay, so rotors are the rods and the screws. And give enough space. I also realized when I set the ones up over top, I forgot to do so in a way I could expand it easily. But that's fine, we can fix that on the other side. Alright, so now I need to bring the rods down here. That's a merger going in there, so we need to have a splitter. Oh, we already had a splitter. Oh no, I'm just consuming not all of its production. Yeah, this will have to be changed. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move that one belt. There's no way I can make this look not terrible. That's too steep. I don't have the things yet where I can put like stands and all that to guide it. Yeah, so that's gonna need to be moved around a bunch. Where's our power pole that's available? That's the other thing I need is more power poles. Alright, meanwhile, this we're going to need to bring around a different way. Let's go on top of this right now. Because when I get the stands and all that, I'll be able to make this way nicer. Too steep. Too steep. I knew that was coming sooner or later. Yep. No, I finished the other run. Like I said, if you want to see the ending of the other run, it is available on YouTube. You just got to go and pull it up. ! YouTube for access to that. I'm imagining we overpowered it. Yeah, we overpowered it. That was coming. Yeah, so I finished, and then we like I said, I hadn't intended on playing more of this right away. I very much have been enjoying it, but I kind of figured people would be basically over it by now. But we ended up playing a new game on the channel that kind of didn't really land. And so I was just like, all right, what do we want to play? Put up a poll, put Satisfactory on there, and it's what won the vote. We'll see. There's a good chance this run doesn't end up getting finished. I just have a bit of a hard time believing that people still be interested in me playing more Satisfactory all the way through for that long. Because like I said, the times I've played Satisfactory in the past usually go about 3, 4, 5 streams, and then viewership would start dropping off hard. It's just kind of one of those things that I played like, you know, a new game on the channel, really didn't land well, so it was just kind of one of those things that I didn't really want to play another game that felt like it could be a miss, just because I am just now getting back from TwitchCon. And so I know my numbers are already not going to be amazing. It's a thing that happens with this stuff. So I wanted to make sure whatever I end up doing, like, you know, I basically bounce back as best I can, because it's always those things that when you travel as a content creator, anytime you take off, it hurts your numbers bad. There's a reason why a lot of content creators really stress out about taking time away from stream. They know they got to. It's a thing that needs to be done. But it's real difficult to step away. So what's going on with you? Oh, I see what's going on with you. I put the wrong thing in the wrong box. There we go. I don't think those things ran out of fuel, though. I think we just overpowered them. Yeah, I still got plenty. Alright, so we've got that all set up. So we should be producing everything to unlock logistics 2. We just have to actually do that unlocking part. In the meantime, I can go ahead and make the plates to get my object scanner And we can go from there. All right. So how are we doing over here? You're still phase 2? You got really slow progress? That's totally fine. I don't expect this to have nearly as fast progress as our last one. I'm much more intending on taking a lot more time with this one. Alright. Okay, so you've got this power tower down here. So I got 2 connections. Alright, so let's get your power connections going around that power tower. So I can rip it up without having weird broken stuff. There you go. The same map you have? You mean biome? Yeah. It's a pretty good biome. I had to figure out what I want to do with those open spots there. That's fine. This whole thing's getting ripped up soon enough anyways. Alright. One moment. Okay, so bear with me again for a second, chat. This ad break, I really do need to eat some food. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, while the ad break's going to go on, I'm going to let the factory run here for a minute, and I am going to make some food happen for myself. I've already got it here, I just need to physically eat it. So I'm going to go ahead and put up our wait screen, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. To, like, tone it down a bit. Alright, so we should... Oh, that's a river. I was too focused on trying to, like, watch, like, okay, where's the gap in the tree is gonna be? Of course, I'd wedge it. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Sorry. RimWorld. The game where you do stuff thinking it'll be a fun meme and realize you just killed your colony. And it happens more than I care to admit. Because it's those one-off choices that you're like, oh wait, I just done goofed. Alright. I wonder if you could make something like a glass floor or something that would be easy to drive on or whatever, but you could see through. Alright, so I need more steel and I need more reinforced plates. This will be a little bit trickier to scale up, but that's okay, because right now, that's my plates. And unfortunately, where I'm at right now is those smelters are going as fast as they can until we get better conveyor belts, because if I just put 3 or 4 more smelters on, they're not going to run at maximum capacity. That belt is going full speed right now. So I can't really do much to add to that till we get faster belts without a lot of pain. We'll end up splintering the splintering stuff off on its own. We'll get there. Alright. So you're making that. What would be the best way to handle this? I could see going and locating an entirely separate set of iron nodes and be like, these are the reinforced plate iron nodes. Like, run over there to those 3, get them all connected, and that literally just produces reinforced plates. The only downside with approaching it that way is then when we get a new recipe for reinforced plates, it kind of ruins that entirely. We'll have to see. Because I'm not loving the spread out on the ground factory quite yet. I think it'll be fine for driving vehicles over. But, I'm envisioning this being really annoying to take vehicles around. Like, you'll have good flat ground to drive on, but the spaghettiness of the conveyors is not going to lend itself well, because I'm gonna have conveyors go over top of stuff. I don't want to just go right back into doing the towers again either. I don't mind building up. Like, we're not gonna go and avoid building up entirely or anything like that. Let's maybe instead of giant towers, let's make like one built-up area that, again, like that'll be the reinforced plate area. So instead of like a giant iron tower that just goes and goes and goes, making just like 1 or 2 floors that are just like the prereqs for reinforced plates and the reinforced plates, and that's the building. And it comes back down to the train station. So like make the base of the building a train station, and then everything else just gets piped up. I'm waffling in how I want to approach this. Because like I said, I'm already kind of not loving this setup, and we are just starting, which just tells me it's very quickly going to become, like, really insurmountable. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Because the idea with this is I would shim this off when I needed more iron rods and just keep building these out this way. Okay, so let's get this party started. So one thing I was curious about, I noticed... Okay. I see, so snap mode, we can snap it to the grid. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do. So let's go over here. Oh, is it above me? Really? Where are you at? Well, that one's right there. Okay, I do have a map now. Yeah, so I've got these 3 over here. Yes, there's 1 there, 2, and 3. Okay. Start high and work your way down. No one would ever expect it. Like, literally go to, like, the near max the grid supports, transport it the whole way up there, and then when I need space, like, dig a hole in the ground and conveyor it down. That'd be amusing until the first time I need to get a liquid up there, and then all the fun would end, because it'd be so many pumps. Of the jam water, yeah. It'd be so obnoxious. Sorry. That would absolutely be one you'd have to containerize your water, bring it up the conveyor, and then decontainerize it. It'd be the only way you'd manage that. Alright. So I need... Get that out of here. What do I need for my drills? Production, nothing, I have. Oh, actually, I need more iron plates. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to, over there, build an area where we've got the 3 mining drills going up and making nothing but reinforced plates. Like, that'll be the reinforced plates location. 3 dedicated resources just for reinforced plates, I think, is what we're gonna do. So my hope is, yeah, I could sit that on top of there. I figured I'd be able to. And there's 2. Where's the third one? Oh, it's back there. All right, let's rotate you then. Because we'll turn you this way. And then that one's that way. All right. Excuse me. Oh, I must have stacked away the fuel at some point. That's fine. All right. Probably when I went and I built the extra 2 biomass burners. Now, one of the downsides, because I built that way, I didn't realize the control is going to hold it to the grid. So the good news is by being able to hold it to the grid, that should solve that problem we had earlier with dealing with all this. Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. That's not. Okay, that's actually a problem. I need a lot more biomass. So I need to go on a little rampage over here and get some biomass real quick. So I think we're gonna go way over here. And cut down a bunch of these trees. I do see there's a Mercer sphere over there, which I'm gonna want. So let's go grab that. I'll start working my way over there, I guess. But basically, I noticed we were getting low on power. Or low on fuel for our power. And so I gotta deal with that. Alright. And eventually we'll get rid of everything. It's all mine. Alright. Let's go deal with that Mercer sphere real fast. Looks like we just got one of the spitting ones down there. We haven't killed one of those and looted it yet, so that'll be good, because that'll give me the next thing I need for whatever, all this stuff.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Their weaponized plasma is most likely stored as a stable chemical substance in an organ close to their mouth, and only turns volatile when exposed to one of the chemical elements in the air. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Oh wait, I don't have the zipline. I was like, alright, I'll just build a zipline up there. Right, I don't have that zipline thing. So the downside is, because I don't have the things that let me run faster and jump higher, I can't quite seem to get this jump here. Nor do I see a place I can jump on over there. Oh, there. I was able to make it work by jump crouching. All right. Just need to grab as much as we can. It does look like compared to our last start, I didn't find mycelium for an extremely long time. There was just really not much available nearby. Versus this one, it seems like these cactuses do give a little bit of mycelium every time. So it looks like that's honestly just not going to be a thing I have to worry about anytime soon. Like, eventually I will, but... It does seem to be a strong advantage this place has, it's just the readily availability of it. Because it won't be too long till our power shuts off when those two generators run out of solid biofuel. And then we'll dip back below what I can run on just those handful. Alright. What's also good is the whole time this is happening, we are making the iron plates as well as we're making the reinforced plates. So it's not like I'm not making progress while I'm running around over here. We are getting stuff set up for getting logistics too. It's just gonna take a minute. The big thing is going to be with logistics too is just getting enough reinforced plates to make the conveyor belts to make it worthwhile. Which is part of the reason I'm like, okay, let's make a dedicated place for the reinforced plates for a while. I think it'd also be good to have a dedicated place for it just because what that can ultimately let us do is if we change the recipe where I go, okay, reinforced plates, well, now I'm going to change it so we're using steel for the screws and whatever. I can take advantage of that by going, okay, well, we'll just take the ore nodes I'm tapping to go in here and just move them someplace else. And then I have, you know, basic input, output. And honestly, the trains can handle a pretty good volume before they start falling behind the, you know, high-end belts. I think it's not until you start getting to the very last couple, like, tier or two of belt that a train can, you know, is no longer able to compete. Well, there's no shortage of these nuts anywhere. Alright, so let's get our power fixed before everything goes offline, because we're probably pushing our luck on that. And so we've got a bunch of grass, a bunch of wood, and some more stuff for us to research at the MAM. And that should get our power sorted out. Excuse me? You accept wood. Just like a little bit of leaves in the way? That's exactly what it is. Okay. So that'll fix that. So that was actually not even what I thought it was. This will be the same thing, isn't it? That there was a single unit of wood that was inside the door. And because of it, I couldn't get at it. That's fine. That'll sort itself out then. That's what really matters. Okay, cool. Meanwhile, you're probably going to back up here. And if I get 100 of the loose biomass backed up, then... Well, actually, I don't think it'll back up because I think we're not producing nearly fast. Did they make the nuts grow back yet? You had troubles with the starter? The nuts do recover. That's been a thing, honestly, since as far as I remember. That the nuts do come back over time. Alright, so alien megafauna, we can go here. Please research that.
The remains researched belong to an organism that tends to nest near objects emitting specific types of resonance. Spitters are called as such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Okay, so we will want to find some SAM ore in not too long. It's not an immediate priority, but it is something we'll want to make happen. Because if I can find SAM ore, we can kind of do that. Do trees come back over time? I do not believe so. I believe plants and trees do not come back over time. Which honestly is not as big a deal as it sounds like, because you basically only ever use it for biomass for power production. Oh, they do come back really slowly. Probably not fast enough to matter though. But the reason why you usually don't know, you know where Sam is from where you are? Yeah, no, I'll explore from it. I want to say it's probably going to be in one of the, like, probably along those areas. We'll probably find tunnels. Okay, so you are set. One of these should be set. Okay. Oh, wait, that was the alien protein. Okay, so that's the spitter protein. That's the hatcher. Oh, you don't have power, I see. Okay. Let's check to see where we're at with our plates and our reinforced plates. Now I've got that sorted. If it looks like that's going well, I might start running around and see if we can't locate some SAM real fast. Even if I just, like, toss down a portable drill and just chunk it on the ground and leave it there, that's fine. I'm not going to need a lot of it. I'm just going to need in general. Okay. Yeah, so it's making progress, not as fast as I'd like, but it's fine for right now. Because if we get the SAM, we can get the dimensional storage, start moving in that direction. Yes. That's gonna take a little while. Alright, so that's fine. Let's take a little wander. We're looking for Mercer spheres and the dimensional, or the SAM. If I can find some SAM, we're in good business. My suspicions are, oh, and there's a hard drive over there. My suspicions are it'll be like over there on the ground or over there on the ground, like it'll be outside of the biome we're in. And all of that, but it's gonna take a little wandering around and finding it, because usually they don't have it like right where you spawn. Thank you for the free cable and the rotors. Okay.
Samples of new alien species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures. Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
I'm gonna start marking all the ones I find. Like, and like have a way, like have some type of a thing to mark, be like, those are ones I've completed and those are ones I haven't. Actually, let's see. So I've got that art marker there. Is there one that's obviously like, hey, this is done? No, that's fine. I'll leave it as just the box for I have gotten a hard drive here. And then maybe I can circle back later. And for ones I don't have, I could use like the exclamation mark or something and whatever they need. We've got limestone over here. And I suspect we'll go up this way and we'll start seeing some of the tougher enemies. Which will be a little rough for us right now without having like the mobility upgrade or any better weapons or whatever. Yeah, so that's poison up there, so I don't think we'll be able to get at anything up there. I'm gonna take a little peeky peek though, just in case. Doesn't matter what's in there, I'm not getting it. Because that poison hurts you for a full life block per tick once it gets going. Alright, so let's take a peek at what's up here. Because it looks like there's a cliff or a ledge or whatever. It also looks like there's a cave to the right and a ramp up here. That just looks like it's more limestone. Iron. Gotta walk over that way. Okay. That's more limestone down there. Can't make out what's up there. More limestone in the distance down there. Looks like there might be more ore up on that thing, but I can't make out the color from where I'm at. Okay, so you're a little gnarly. I'm going to leave you alone. You'll probably aggro, and I should be able to just run away from you pretty easily. Ow. Stop it. Alright, we switched biomes. Alright, where's the last one? Y'all gotta group up on me 4-on-1. There you are. Don't start fights you can't finish. Alright. So I got all them dealt with. Like I said, we're just kind of wandering around right now. Seeing what we can see. Seeing if we can find any valuable ores, Mercer spheres. High frame rate, why? What is this treachery frame rate? Okay, that's probably a good place to check up there, but let me peek over this ledge real fast. That's Caterium. It looks like there's a hard drive over there. Okay, not much I could do with this spot right now. That's fine.
Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fixit, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Research it in the MAM to establish
Hey,
classification
that looks like
and
what we're
potential
looking for.
application.
That do look like purple. Oh yeah, whisper. Whisper to my brain. That is exactly what I need in my life. Meanwhile, we'll go here to the map. New marker. This will be Sam. Select icon. We will get the ore icon wherever that is. There, select icon. Mark the distance at anything. And select color, and we will make you vaguely purple. Cool. That's too dark purple. 1 second. Much better. It was so purple that it looked black. Like, so dark purple, I mean. Meanwhile, while that fills up real fast, I thought I saw a hard drive over here from the distance. We can go grab that. We'll get ourselves a stack of SAM, bring it home. There we go. Alright, so we got a big guy here. Hey man, be cool for just a minute. Boo, 120 power? Okay, so. New marker, select icon. We use the chest again, select icon. Color will make it red. And 120 megawatts power. It'd be cool for a moment, man. Okay. But that should be good. So we got that hard drive marked for later. We've got our SAM marked. It's not particularly close. Like, it's really not close at all. But we should be able to get to it relatively easy. What would be nice is if I could power it in on all this. For right now, we'll make do. What I can also do is, do I have enough to make the MAM here? Yeah, this'll work. Because now what I could do is research that here.
Strange alien matter analysis completed. Dormant crystalline SAM can now be found with the resource scanner. In its dormant state, it is safe to handle without special equipment and can be stored indefinitely. Research for enabling the reanimation of dormant SAM is now available.
Fill the rivers with blood and let the effigies defile our temples. The sun will follow.
Cool.
SAM reanimation recipe unlocked. SAM can now be safely awakened, provided it is contained. Meaning, if not contained in special electromagnetic storage, it tends to start breaking atomic bonds of any matter it has physical contact with, and reconstructing it into easily transportable resources.
Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
Unrelated question, just looked at the last Project Zomboid Thursday updates. Is there running spear attack? Yes. If you sprint holding a spear, that's sprint, which is, I believe, alt instead of shift, there is a spear attack. My advice, don't do it. You're going to get yourself killed. And I don't mean like you gotta get good to use it. It is janky, it is memey, it is unreliable. It is a good way of ending a character. So you can try it, just don't try it on a run you care about, because it is super unreliable. Like, it works, it's just not effective.
SAM Fluctuator recipe unlocked. The fluctuator can mimic unique communication through patterns of electric frequencies to instruct reanimated SAM to perform specific tasks or give specific restrictions, such as matter to energy conversion. It can also function as matter memory, reading the exact composition and state of a collection of matter in one location, breaking it down, and near instantly reconstructing it in another location, which has incredible potential for smart storage.
Your threads shift solid to flip into a tapestry. Matter and matter and matter and mind and melody.
Alright. So we were lucky that that gave me what I need for a bunch of this stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna be able to make 5 of those, which isn't enough. To do the next one, I'm going to need to be able to make 11 of those. So I have to find more steel tube to make that happen. We'll find more steel tube or unlock the ability to make more steel tube. If we're lucky and I find another wreck with steel pipe, that'd just be it. We would be able to potentially make some of those things. Right now, I'm hoping to snag maybe 1 or 2 more Mercer spheres. We'll see. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. Oh, you know what I ought to do? Hey, friends, there's a lot of you actually. You know what? That's fine. Any use for that sub-Caterium yet? If I unlock Caterium, there is stuff I can use Caterium for. We're gonna want to get that. It's just not been a priority quite yet. If I do the equipment thing... Do I actually have... Oh yeah, here we go. Let me get a couple of these made. Okay, for right now, we're going to head back home. We did locate the SAM, we have marked it on our map, and I am also taking the step of, you know, dropping a bunch of those, so anytime I come back, you can just quickly grab 500 SAM and put it to whatever use we decide. Okay, checking the map, I should be good to hop off this waterfall without dying. The water here is not real. It is a lie. In case anyone was wondering, I am currently walking in the water, and it is not real. It is a figment of your imagination. Okay, that water's real. And kinda cursed. Alright, so the good news is we've got Sam located actually pretty quickly. I kind of figured I'd run around and I just would have to find someplace with some tough enemies, and Sam wouldn't be too far away. Or, if not that, coal or something else I would care about. But finding Sam first is definitely not something I'm going to complain about. And there's a Mercer sphere. Okay, I was about to say, there's no way you're not defended in some capacity.
Clear. Lab consumed.
Alright. So yeah, so the next thing I need is I'm going to need to be able to get to Steel Pipe.
Thank you Lanix7 for subscribing for 6 months. Rual tap Rual tomb Rual tap Rual tomb. Hello Rual. I finally had my Prime subby back and had to drop it back off here cause I love you guys. Hope you are doing well. Did you end up going to con, and if so, how was it?
Thank you, Lannis, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you again for that. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access the emote. But yeah, no, I did go to TwitchCon. It was a good time. My travels out to the con were absolutely cursed beyond all belief. Literally had a plane that would not get compression.
This semi-slug species seems to persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings. Studying this could provide new methods for improving fix-it production line efficiency. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
But yeah, so like the travel out was absolutely cursed beyond all belief. But the trip back was pretty smooth and all that. And I did make it for the entire con, had a really good time at the con, so I'm really glad I did go. It was incredibly useful, incredibly productive. I also got to hang out with a lot of absolutely fantastic people that I hadn't gotten to meet in person. Oh, if that was... Oh, I was Blind talking about that? Probably, because I know Blind to be aware, because I was talking about it in our Discord. But yeah, no, it was, I told the whole story at the beginning of stream, but I don't mind telling again. Basically what happened is the day before I was supposed to travel out, you know, wanted to make sure to plan everything in advance, so I scheduled an Uber for the morning and yada yada yada. So that the idea would be I would, you know, wake up, you know, get my last 2 or 3 things together, like tossing some toothpaste, toothbrush into a bag or whatever, since I needed those. But toss them into the bag, grab my suitcase, and be on my way. So everything's fine, go to bed. Wake up in the morning, the Uber's canceled. No problem. I got plenty of time, I've got hours and hours until my flight, no big deal. I'll just schedule another Uber, we'll be good to go. Uber's application isn't working. Still no problem. We're okay. I've still got several hours, I could just drive there, I'll have all the time in the world. I can drive there, I can park, you know, go park at their economy parking. I just forgot I was going to mark where all those things were so I could make, you know if I ever checked them. You know, just park at their, like, economy parking. It'll be a little bit more expensive than the Uber, but not meaningfully so. No big deal. Well, I get there, and they've got the road closed off that goes to the economy parking. So I'm driving around for like 10, 15, 20 minutes and going, no, actually, this is starting to become a problem. Like, you know, the particular airport I go to, it's one of those things that's like kind of local wisdom that you show up at least 2 hours early or don't bother because you're not getting on a plane if you don't show up 2 hours early. So I'm starting to stress out because that time is approaching. And so I just grab the first parking lot that belongs to the airport and I go. So it ends up being not just a little bit more expensive, but a decent amount more expensive than I was planning for, but whatever. And I go there, and they're supposed to have a shuttle that's supposed to take me to the nearest part of the terminal, that then I can take a tram over to where I need to actually be. The shuttle's a no-show. But that's okay. It's not a super long walk. Once I waited like 5, 10, 15 minutes and it didn't show up, I just walked it. And I got to where I needed to go pretty quickly, and that was, you know, that's whatever. And normally at that hour in the morning, because this is all happening at like 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Like the whole thing started at like a little before 5, and I finally get to where I'm at ticketing and all that, and I've already checked in the day before, told them I have one bag I'm bringing with. I'm not doing anything interesting or exciting. I'm literally just going to drop off a bag and go to my plane. Well, to just go to the terminal to print out the sticker to put on your thing, that took like 45 minutes. They were having some type of issue and everything was just going slow. So I'm going, oh crap. Because I had actually gone to the airport about 2.5 hours early, which is still plenty of time. But like, you know, 45 minutes is a pretty big chunk to lose. So I'm at about 1.5 hours, give or take, before my flight is leaving. And so then I have to go around to just drop off my bag where they weigh it. And had 3 people working the counter, but they had this one person who's being belligerent, that her bag weighed just a little too much or whatever, and they were saying, hey, I don't know if they were saying she had to pay more or that she had to get rid of stuff. I don't know what what the deal is there. But she was being, uncooperative. And so instead of having 3 people working the counter with a bag, you had 1 person working with it, and then a manager who was trying to deal with the lady, and the person who was actually working with the lady trying to deal with that same lady. So she was tying up 2 people. And so that line took for absolutely ever. And so that ate up like another 45, 50 minutes. And I come to realize as I'm getting close to the front of that line, I haven't even gotten to security yet. And my plane is now boarding. And so I'm not one who's ever really had a panic attack, but I felt like I was getting really close to understanding what that experience is like. Because I was like DEFCON 50 levels of stress. Because I'm like, I'm not going to make it. Tomb's going to show up at the hotel, and I'm going to have to hope I can make things work remotely. That, I handled the reservation and all that. And I can just hope that everything goes okay with it. I'm going to miss, so many of my important things at the con. And so, I'm super stressed out. I'm super upset. And so I just... 1 second. And so, I get my luggage. I finally get on the scale, and it gets all sorted out. And the guy's like, okay, you need to go if you're going to make it. By the way, your bag might not reach your destination. And so I was thinking, I guess I just live with that. I gotta run. I guess I just live with whatever that ends up being. Because you wanted to ask more questions. There's no time. There's just no time. I've got to be on my plane. It's already boring, and I'm trying to get to security, which is the long process. Because at the airport is that security can easily take 50 minutes, and there wasn't 50 minutes until the plane's gone. So I got through all that, and I got into the security line, and meanwhile, I'm half texting Tomb going, I am stressed out beyond all belief. I don't know if I'm going to make it over there. I'm going to try and figure things out for you, all that kind of stuff. She's asleep, because she's in California, and 3 hours different. So it's 4 in the morning there. So she's understandably asleep, and I'm firing off these texts. And meanwhile, every single person's like, hey, my plane is boarding, can I cut in front of you? And luckily, everyone was fine. There's definitely some people who are not happy about it. There was definitely some people giving me the stink eye, and I was well past caring. Everyone let me go by. So I literally did that the whole way through the line. And it still took 15, 20 minutes. Because it's just thing. And so I finally get to the front, I go through, security goes fine, run to the I don't know, it's a tram or whatever. Take the tram out to my area. I am full on sprint because I had no bags. I had packed super light. So I had just my one bag with my clothes on it that I left with, check and all that. And I'm full on sprinting across this airport. I'm waiting for someone to try and grab me or whatever. And I managed to get to my gate. There's 8 zones on the plane, and they were wrapping up zone 7 when I got there. It's exactly why you are booking it to the gate. Yeah, so I managed to get there with just 2-3 minutes before they called the final zone. And that final zone in those planes is 12 people. It's whoever unfortunately got stuck with the middle row in the back of the plane is the only people they're still boarding. Which I was not in that area, but so I managed to get on the plane, and that was fine. The rest of the flight goes smoothly. Not a whole lot to say about that. Once I was on the plane, we're good there. But my adventures didn't stop there, because I had a layover. And the layover, everything boarding-wise went fine. I got on the plane right away. It's looking good. It's looking like a perfectly normal how flight should be. We go up, and my ears just keep popping, and it keeps feeling like the plane is turning, and my ears keep popping, and it keeps feeling like the plane's turning. And eventually, after an hour of that, they go, hey, we're going to have to turn back from where we came from. The airplane is not pressurizing, so we have to land. We can't get to our destination. And so they land again. They're like, don't worry, though. Don't worry. We got a plane in the next gate over, already ready to go. You're just going to board on over there, and we're going to get you out of here. So you're only going to be about an hour late. It'll be fine. 3 hours go by, and they're trying to find a captain and a co-pilot. They said like their actual titles is something like a captain and like a second in command. Like they used whatever titles they were, but it was basically a pilot and co-pilot. And so it takes 3 hours, and they finally do locate them. At which point, from there on, the flight goes smoothly. You know, we get on the plane, we go there. But that's 5 hours later from when I arrived 5 hours after the fact. So the Twitch partner party is already going on. I did manage to sneak in the last hour. Technically, I arrived at the place where you're supposed to get your badges about 10 minutes after time ran out. But with the partner party, they were quietly leaving it going longer, so I was able to go in, and it was just one of those things that, like, I managed to go in there. I only stayed there for an hour because, like, give or take, because Tomb couldn't go in because she's not a partner and there's no +1s allowed. She was with a bunch of people outside, not people she knew well, but, like, it was safe as long as she didn't go anywhere. But I went in because this is like the big networking event, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go in for just a little while, do this, and then we'll get out of here. But this is a great story for you who never flew. To be clear, I have flown literally hundreds upon hundreds of flights. I will say more flights have had something go wrong than right, but almost always the ones going wrong is, hey, someone threw up on the flight before. We just need an extra 10 minutes to clean the plane. It's like little nothing things like that, okay, your flight's 10 minutes late. Bleh. Hey, people took a little too long to board. Your flight's a little late. Blah. It's like nothing stuff. And then there's the occasional, a plane lands and they're like, hey, the plane's not passing its checks, so your flight's canceled. Sleep in the airport, you'll figure it out tomorrow. That happens. Like, that is something you need to be prepared for when you fly. There are just times that things don't work out. But this was definitely like a combination of cursed. To be fair, the end results of all of this maximum stress was I was 5 hours late. Everything else worked fine. My bags did arrive, thankfully, but I was 5 hours late. So ultimately, everything considering I went through, just being like 5 hours late, really not a big deal. I can't tell you how many times I've slept in an airport because my flight got delayed or canceled, or the flight I was on went too slow and then we missed the connection and blah, blah, blah. Because I usually try to keep a couple hours in my connecting flight just to give me padding. But I used a third party to handle this one, and they were like 1 hour afterwards. Let's see, try taking your artsy mom, who has every bead under the sun in arts and crafts, and security has to individually having to check every bead. I've never heard of that. I would assume security would just look at it and say no, and you'd have to throw it away. Because I've definitely seen security do that, not with beads, but with other stuff, where they just look at something and they're like, we're not taking 2 hours to look through your stupid box. Your box isn't coming through here. You could deposit it in the trash can, or you could take it to your car. And if you don't have a car here, well, that's unfortunate. Or they'll have you check it or whatever, and that's a different thing. Yeah, the small things combine to make an uncomfortable situation, but you made it through at least. Well, that's the thing. If you look at that giant mountain of things that went wrong, if you removed any one of those pieces of that puzzle, there wouldn't have even been that much stress. Like, it'd have been like, oh, this is getting a little close, but, I still got, half an hour, 45 minutes. But it was just the fact that it was compounding one after the other, that its combination is what made it a problem. I think the worst thing you've had happen is they stopped you because you had pre-ground coffee that you got from Starbucks, and they wanted to make sure it wasn't explosive residue. The worst I've had other than that was at a JFK airport, coming back international from Europe. They did the thing where they swab your bag or whatever, like they swab where you put your hands, and they're checking for explosives, which is basically security theater. It's not real security. But they put the swab into their machine, and it lit up like fireworks. It's like, oh my god. And I must have gotten, frisked like 12 times. They dug through my bag at least half a dozen times, and, x-rayed it a whole bunch of times, and they just weren't sure what to do. And it's kind of one of those things, I'm like, look, man, you've checked everything like a dozen times. You're not finding anything. My plane is boarding, I gotta go. But they called in a bomb expert, And the bomb expert, you know, sat there, looked at the machine one time, he goes, I could put a literal bomb in this machine and it would not read this high. You know, and just turned to me, it's like, did you take a shower while you were gone? It's like, of course. Yes, I've been gone for like 2 weeks. I did take a shower. It's like, that's probably it. Go ahead. But it was just one of these things that clearly their machine was just broken and misreading. It was rough.
The remains researched belong to an organism now dubbed the fluffy-tailed hog. It has many characteristics that would likely classify it among the Suidae family were it native to Earth. Hog remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Alright. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, very clearly, the people involved hadn't run to dealing with any of these machines or whatever. Because it was just one of those things that the moment... That got weirdly silent. The moment the expert came by, it was like 5 seconds later we're done. And I made that flight, but it was... Toom was with me for that one, and there was just for a pretty long time there, I was just like, you know, I was telling Toom, was like, you get on the plane, you just go. Like, you just go, like, we'll figure this out on the other side. Like, I'll be a day or two behind you or whatever it is. Like, I'm gonna get through this. Did you start over, or explode your save last week? I finished. If you want to see the last hour and a half, video, that is available on the YouTube, ! YouTube. Basically, it just needed to run for a while, and then it wrapped up. About all I did is I moved around some, a couple of materials here and there, and that's all it took for me to, like, wrap that one. Okay, we don't have any of the greens. Okay, so Spitter remains in there. Your remains in here. We can do... Hog remains here. So, was it a Stargate or a ship? I will avoid spoiling it for those who haven't seen it. Like I said, the video is available. I'm not trying to bully you into going to my YouTube and subscribing, but you should go to my YouTube and subscribe, and pretend that I'm not bullying you into doing that. It's just I have it there, and I know some people don't want to be spoiled to be like, well, the ending is this. Because, you know, that be how it be.
Milestone reached. Fixit would like to remind you of your contractual obligation towards efficiency. Recreational use of belts and lifts does not
I gotta use the restroom
towards
again, so I'll be right
work
back.
hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient, don't disappoint Fixit.
Look, I really want to make this work, but you're gonna have to cooperate with me a little bit. Bang it hard. That's my strategy. I've cursed myself by putting that in. Oh god, what's happening? Yeah, that's, That's how that works. Am I actually lifting that whole thing up? Oh, so I can... And timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it'd pull me forward. So I just had to like swing the arm just enough to tip it up. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways Okay. Okay, and we are back. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I know a lot of people here have watched the entire way through the playthrough I did on stream. You know, barring like the last hour and a half because it was a unusual time stream. But it is just one of those things that like there's a lot of people here who weren't part of that. So just, you know, doing what I can to make sure that I don't ruin it for anyone else who might be popping in for the first time. Like, by the way, it ends like. You have... Okay, so you're just going as fast as you can. Alright, so. We did get some of that stuff figured out. And there's been lots of problems over the years of, like, things... You know... Stuff happening and there being, like, mass cancellations of flights and all that. Like, the whole thing with, like, CloudStrike, for example, where all the airlines' computers just got jacked up and all that. That said, when that whole event was done, you look like who got the worst stuff messed up. A lot of that was, like, you know, everyone else is back in order, and there's, like, the one or two who are still down. You're like, uh-huh. Well, what's different about your kit than the others? Because everyone else is running the same software. And yet, only one of you seems to be having problems. So, you know, feels like the issue may not have been just there. A lot of those companies are notorious for having stuff that's like super badly aged. Hey, Advanced Simplex. Good to have you. I know you were here a little bit earlier, but you know, I get it. You weren't able to watch. It happens. I want to push the button, but you're not back. I got everything I need to do the next button push. Get back here. Definitely shocking the console will help it. The ma'am has 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine. We have the mycelium and all that. I don't think it'd be any simplex streams. You gotta make sure people actually stream before you shout them out. I appreciate that we want to shout out people in the community and all that, but you gotta make sure they actually do the whole streaming thing before you do that. Alright, so we've already got that sorted. Come on, land. It's the thought that counts.
Milestone reached. The Fix-It jump pad combines high technology and innovation for optimized.
You did February, March, anxiety that's been killing your streaming sense, but not giving up. Okay.
Ideal travel experience not guaranteed.
Understood.
Individual results may vary. Pioneers are responsible for all workplace accidents resulting from jump pad usage.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. No, it could definitely be a thing. But yeah, no, it's always a tricky one. But yeah, no, by all means, if you do stream, we're always happy to shout out and everything. But I do hope you, you know, you work your way through, like, the whole stressing out about it kind of thing. You totally get that. Yeah, no, for me, it's always those things that, like, especially when, you know, you don't catch it for a long while. It is those things like, do they stream? They said through the phone, the pops and magic for the boards. I mean, that can just easily be you've heard plenty about it. Where were the rods at? That box? I think it's that box. Okay, let's see here. So the special, the space elevator. Okay, so we need concrete and wire. That's easy enough. I should have more than enough concrete. To be fair, Luxray, we were both questioning our memory. You weren't alone in that experience. Oh, that's the hole. That's fine. Yeah, so now I just need wire. The MAM should be done now.
Hard drive analysis completed. Alternative recipe selection available in the MAM.
Don't do this to me. This is a really good. I'm gonna take it. I always like to go for the inventory. Like every time I like to go because it's 6 inventory. It's fine. And that'll be the last time we ever see that. This is our lives now. Okay.
This fruit, dubbed the paleberry due to its tendency to stay light in color even when ripe, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Okay.
This semi-slug, now dubbed power slug, is early in its life cycle and has retained only part of its potential energy storage capacity, giving it its blue color. Power slugs are capable of extracting latent energy from their surroundings, including through a form of photosynthesis, and preserve it in their porous semi-crystalline shell over their lifetime. This explains why they rarely move after having found a suitable location.
Okay. Good enough for now. Alright, so we've got that place for just a moment, and now I need to put down our stuff there. Okay, so, sort. I need a bunch of things, that's fine. So let's go grab our wire and whatnot, and keep the expansion going. Okay, so you're up here. Get so lucky with that one? Yeah, no, it's not a bad one at all. The downside is I can't fully really take advantage of it right now, but we will get there. Oh, I totally forgot that's actually doing stuff over there. Like, it's doing the space elevator thing, and I'm just looking the other way, because it's actually a pretty cool thing where... Yeah, you see, like, that ratchet it down to pull it into position and all that.
Project assembly initialized. Congratulations, Pioneer. The space elevator will now automatically connect with the Project Assembly orbital platform. Project assembly is divided into phases, each of which require the delivery of project parts, such as smart plating, via the space elevator. Subsequent phases unlock access to new tiers with more advanced technologies to construct, automate, explore, and exploit. It is time to be honest. This project is part of the Save the Day program, the largest united undertaking in human history, destined to save us all. Earth is in peril and only Fix-It pioneers offer hope for survival. Fix-It is counting on you. Humanity is counting on you. Do not let Fix-It down.
Cool. This was your favorite animation. Devastated you did this to us? That's fair. Yeah, no, I was just caught up in the thing. Like, there's so many animations you can miss. Like, when first time you get a piece of equipment and you take it out, there's a unique animation that only ever plays once on that save that you can overlook. So, like, the chainsaw where he sits there and he looks at it and they kind of ratchets and, like, the blade comes out and all that. Or, where he, like, zaps the tip of his finger on the shocker. It is just one of those things that if you miss it, it's done. They at least added a thing with the dialogue now, where you can go back and replay dialogue. So, like, if we were to go, where was it? I'm just not remembering where it was. There's oh, it's on the computer in your habitat, whatever it is. There is a computer you can go into, and you can be like play back the messages. I need to fill that in. Just for right now, because I keep jumping over that and falling in. As a new player, you don't have animations to look for? Oh no, it's every time you pull out a piece of equipment for the very first time. So the very first time you equip this little zappy thing, or the very first time you go on that. Can you delete and replace the space elevator for a new animation or not? I don't think so. We can sure find out. I'm realizing that might drop stuff on the ground. It did. Okay, so it's just short on the wire. Hey, Journey, how's it going? Let's see here. You just go here and say special, space elevator. See if it replays the animation or if it just appears in. I did not start in the same biome again. The other biome I started was the dunes. So it's like the sloping sand versus this is a more of a rocky, sandy area. I think it's actually literally called Rocky Desert or whatever. Yeah, this is the thing I accidentally skipped the last time. Alright. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. I really do have had myself a good stream and all that good stuff, but welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Were you also... I think you're playing, Were you playing Satisfactory earlier? I know I stopped by. I think you're playing Satisfactory. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I am playing I do play a variety of games. We did start ourselves a brand new Satisfactory save because we won the last one and we were, like, more, as happens. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So this is a factory we literally just started a couple hours ago and all that. Was it well-seasoned stream? Excellent. How's the new factory going? Pretty good. I'm going to be reorganizing all this because it's cursed and I hate it. But we're doing pretty good. We just built our space elevator. We've got most of our initial stuff automated. I've got my SAM because this time I'm going to abuse the fancy equipment and technology I didn't get to the very end of the last one. Though we do have our power already mostly automated where I just shove stuff into the boxes and it gets to where it needs to go and I don't have to think about it. But we're working on it. But welcome in, Raiders and all that good stuff. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But all that said, I'm a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games. So we started today's stream out with what was the name of that game we started out? Shadows of Doubt. And then after that, we switched over and got this going. Okay, so I need to get those producing because I haven't been doing that. So production, assembler. I'm not going to put a lot of effort into placing this right now because I know I'm going to be switching it because I believe you were the reinforced plate and the rotors, which are there and here. I'm going to be lazy about this one because I've already decided I hate this setup and I'm going to change it. And I just haven't done that yet because we haven't gone that far. So slap that in there. I was going for this. What I think long run I'm going to do is the last base I built. Just to give you a show. Let's go ahead and do a 2-second show. New Lest Curse. I'm going to save that real fast, and I will choose load. And I'll just show you what we've got on our other one. We won't go into too much detail, but you have a quick look of what we wrapped up the other day because we did get our win. This is the big factory I've already done since 1.0 released. So you can see it is an absolute monolithic monster going on here. Like, just absurdly large. And this is just the main factory site. So it's got all that stuff. And then we got, you know, up here there is, our nuclear power. On the other side, I've got oil production. Down there, I've got coal power. I've got sulfur over there, steel over there, aluminum on the other side of the mountain. All of this nonsense, but this factory is basically done. And it looks really nice when you go down into the factory to check it out. You can definitely tell where we started to be like, no, I just need it to work. So you look at, for example, the screw production here. And it looks lovely and organized and nice the entire way down here. And then you look over there on the roof there. Don't look at that too closely. It's pretty awful. But if you want to see where the real nightmares happen, the real nightmares are in the basement. We keep the things that go bump in the night in the basement. That's where things got utterly cursed, because there was eventually a point that I'm like, I just need it to be done. So that's our big factory. But that factory is done. We've finished the run. It's through. It's finished. We did the thing, which I won't spoil, and it was time to move on. But yeah, so we started another one, and our very first hard drive, we got the screws that do not require rods. I haven't set it up yet, but we just unlocked that. So I'm excited about that. We did a little bit exploring. I'm going to do the thing where I can use materials that I put into storage anywhere to build, because it's amazing. But I got stuff I got to do to make that happen. Oh, it's interesting how different your loadout was. Oh yeah, well that's one of the things that's nice about these games, is you can play the game multiple times and not make your factory in any way similar each run. Okay, just a few more iron plates, and then I get the resource sink built. But yeah, so we just started out today and all that. My intention had been to do like a wider sprawling base. I think what I'm going to try to do is I think I'm going to do towers again, but they're not going to be like the giant monoliths like I had before. I'll just be like, this is a tower where I make my rotors. And I'll drop it down, and I'll get a train, and I'll shove it over to where the rotors need to go. So that's kind of my intention with this one, is when I need more rotors, I will make a place that makes rotors. That is what it does. It makes rotors, and it'll be however many 2-3 floors to make that happen. And that'll be the rotor tower. And I'll be like, okay, well, that's where my reinforced plates happen. That's the plan. We'll see how it actually goes in execution.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sink will grant Fixit coupons.
Okay.
These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
All right, Luxray, you take it easy. And, you know... Sorry, you take it easy and all that, and thank you for the welcome back. Streaming tonight and Friday, or normal times. So I am streaming Friday for a special event with Snoot TV and a bunch of others. We're going to be doing some Project Zomboid, where the idea behind that run is we are a group of 5 neighbors who all hate each other's guts and want them to die. But, you know, murder's just uncouth. That's just, nah, we're better than that. So sabotage is on the menu. And so the idea is we'll have the 5 people running around the town, all trying to kill each other, but not, you know, not in the direct run-up, slap him with a crowbar, shoot him with a gun kind of way. More in the, it would be a very unfortunate if your car didn't work the way you expected it, or, you know, the building you were cornered inside of, you know, maybe caught fire. Or, you know, stuff like that. Should be a lot of fun. Okay, so we got iron wire and alternate bolted iron plate. So the alternate bolted iron plate, I want to say, I believe that's the one that you have a higher throughput, but is more greedy. You watch Snoot and Killa and Digwood? Excellent. I'm literally going to be with them. And Brildane will also be joining us for that, who's another fantastic creator. I'm going to re-roll this one. Those aren't bad. Okay. A copper rotor or stitched iron plate. Let's see, a bolted iron uses more screws, but needs less assemblers. Yeah, I would probably rather just have more assemblers. So both of these kind of suck because late game, you go through so much copper wire. Like, you cannot keep it going. It's honestly same for both of those. So, genuinely, pretty unimpressed with these. That's fine. That's gonna happen. Was there anything else I need to unlock right now that I had stuff for? I need to get the steel tubes going. Early game stitch isn't bad? Yeah. Probably not gonna need it though. Alright, so let's sort that. So I need more steel tube, which we found the steel pipe and all these that you're seeing here. Doing hard drive hunting. Yeah, no, I should be fine with the storm. For those who don't know, I'm located in Central Florida, and the reason everyone's saying stay safe and all that is we're about to get slapped in the face of the hurricane. A major hurricane at that, so that's fun. But I'm pretty far inland, so I shouldn't have much to worry about. If not, always ready. I know you're in Central Florida, Lux, right? Did I know that previously? Okay, so let's get this. Why did I think you were located somewhere else? I probably just conflated it with Longclaw. So smart plating, that's gonna be rotors. And like I said, this is one of those things that I definitely should change the way this is set up. Oh, hey. This will be easier to run this way. And all that's getting moved, which is the reason I'm not worrying about it as much at the moment. You're on the Florida West Coast. I'm a little concerned at how they keep upping the category strength when it makes landfall. Yeah, that's the problem with what's happening to it, is it keeps getting slower and slower and slower, and slow is bad. Why not use straight mode? I've gotten so used to not using straight mode that I end up fighting straight mode. And it's one of those things I can put time in and get it sorted. But I find myself still doing the 2-meter rule. Like, I always find myself doing the 2-meter rule. Let's see, you're on the West Coast, you're a little concerned? Yeah. Yeah, like, the big thing to worry is, like, if you're right on shore. Most likely right on shore, they will do the mandatory evacuations, and I will say, for Category 3 and higher, if they put you under a mandatory evacuation, just do it. There's not much else I have to say about it. If it's a mandatory evacuation, they do that for a reason. And a lot of people don't really kind of let that sink in until you say, hey, if you call the ambulance, it's not showing because hurricane. and then you go, oh, what? So yeah, if you're told to evacuate, you do it. It's just not worth taking the chances. Long time Floridian here, never evac, never will. I have been in multiple Eyes of Hurricanes. I used to work for government for dealing with like disaster preparedness, yada yada. If it got down to, again, mandatory evacuation and all that, I would recommend doing it. That's the way I'll phrase it. If it's mandatory. Because the number of people who get themselves wrecked. You know, and it's one thing if you can't because, like, economic reasons and all that. Like, I get it. It's easier said than done to say, hey, leave. But if you don't have, like, a car and all that. Gary, could use some rain? Yeah. It's just one of those things to not take your chances with. Alright, well, we got that running at full speed. Let's see, as a new Satisfactory player, what are some early tips? Don't sweat too much if your factory looks like an absolute train wreck, because it's going to. Just go with it. When you get to the point where you need to scale something up, that's kind of when you can worry about clearing stuff up. So let's say, for example, you saw I just put up that there, and it looks terrible. Where I just kind of just mash some stuff together because I know I'm going to move it. Later on, when I go, I'm going to need another assembler, I don't have quite enough, that's a good time to then go off to the side and be like, okay, let me put 2 or 3 of these in a row, get them all set up, get them looking nice, plug them in, and then tear the old one down. Yeah, and you'll always, 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 always need more space than you think you need. Like, the space you have that you think you need, double that, and once you're done doubling that, go ahead and double that again, and you might be close to about half of what you need at that point. Like, literally, you will always, always, always need more. But I also recommend not tearing something down that is producing until you've got the new thing to take over. So if, like, I'm replacing my copper sheet production, leave my not good copper sheet running until the better copper sheet is built. Then tear down the old one. Because the whole time while you're figuring out how to make it better, you can at least have the other one making some progress. For resistance is far away, just belt them over. Are there better methods? It can depend. There is certainly times that a train will do better for you, but there's also times that the belt will do better for you. The train is far cheaper to get it where you want it. Because train tracks are actually really inexpensive. Okay. So let's see if we can't run around here and find our hard drive points, see if I can't get lucky and get some steel pipes. Drone ports are kind of OP. My understanding, and I haven't done much with the drone ports were really, really good for low volume, high value stuff. So like if I'm moving like an end production thing that I don't get a lot of them very fast, but you know they're important, that they're great for moving that around. Do you recommend building inputs and outputs so no pauses? No. You can take the time to math out and go, okay, I need 3 of these to 2 of those to 1 of that and do all that stuff, and that can be fun. And if you enjoy that, by all means, don't let me stop you. But genuinely for like progression purposes, literally just, do you not have enough copper ore? Shove some more copper ore in it. Do you not have enough copper ingots? Shove some more copper ingots in it. Like, what is the thing you don't have enough of? Shove more of that into whatever doesn't get enough. You know, and until you start running into hard limits on belts, you know, at which point if you could shove another belt in there, you shove another belt in there. You're gonna design your factory around the factory carts? You mean the little, like, little electric, like, go-kart kind of truck that, you know, a stiff breeze rolls it over? Trucks are fun for moving stuff. Yeah, I haven't messed with the trucks. I've always heard very mixed things about like the trucks being extremely unreliable when if you don't put down foundation. Like, I know I tested them at one point, but it was many versions ago that I tried to use the trucks, and I ended up just getting frustrated because the trucks would just, like, randomly get stuck in the ground and all sorts of weird stuff. Don't know how much better or worse it is. Alright, so we got a Mercer Sphere there. What another fun tip? You can sneak up on the hives. Has he never done the trucks or trains or nukes? 250 hours? Maybe soon. If you'd stop shooting at me, that'd be pretty cool. Ow, stop it. Ow, stop it. Also, weird thing with that is if you use long range while crouching, it also works. But if you use long range without crouching, it aggroes them.
The effigy has no song, only echoes, but is part of a river. Why does the effigy avoid the windows?
Attention. Your brain's operations are outside typical parameters. Time spent daydreaming will be deducted from your sustenance budget.
Yeah, no, if you shoot them from really far away, it doesn't aggro them. But if you stand back you stand well outside what's the normal aggro range for stuff, and you shoot them, they do still aggro. You gotta get way farther. I'm curious if we're gonna find a wrecked ship on here. Which the fun thing is, I'm not actually going to the wrecked ship hoping for the hard drive. I'm gonna certainly take the hard drive because I want it. I'm actually looking for the materials around the ship because they're pretty good about having the steel pipes around them or similar. Okay, there's just nothing on here. Cool. They're pretty good about having steel pipe around them, and if I yank a stack of steel pipe, I should be able to get my first dimensional storage built. And once I can start doing that, that's when the shenanigans are going to start, where I'm going to just basically set up a splitter to just feed material into it at all times. So I'll have like a dedicated one for each of the materials, and I'll never have to carry that material ever again. That's at least the plan on paper. But it's going to require a decent amount of Mercer spheres, and it's also going to require a pretty respectable amount of goodies. So there's a Mercer sphere there. Looks like you're way out there. Okay, so we got a big guy there. I could probably just run by and grab the Mercer sphere and ignore him. Be cool for a moment, okay?
Look through the window and notice a thread.
Got what I came for. Ow, stop it. I'm mostly looking for the hard drives. Stop it. Well, I don't like that you're still there. Hey, little friendos.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. Initial data suggests these are predators, but notably they do not have a traditional mouth or eyes. There are,
Alright.
however, numerous cavities on their head which could fulfill a similar function. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
That one scares me up there. That one without my upgraded legs Can I get you two to fight? You two wanna go? Try to sneak past you. Nope, 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 nope. This is why I didn't want to tangle with it. Because literally we're healing at max speed, but it's faster than I am, and it could jump. You two fighting? Go away, I don't want it. Okay, that was terrible. All right. So booking it directly to the gate. So booking it in English can mean running, going full speed. You get the idea of going that. It's just like kind of synonymous for running, sprinting, like just going as fast as you can. Looking for shipwrecks. Like the slugs and all that are nice and whatnot, but I'm looking for shipwrecks to get scrap and hard drives. And then with the airport thing, the gate is where we're trying. Like that's where you meet your plane, is the gate. So booking it to the gate was running as fast as you can to the gate. Or to the plane, I guess would be a better way of saying it. Alright, I don't think that's one we've checked. Alright. Are there other weapons? Yeah, so you've got like this little zappy thing. You've got sort of like a sword zappy thing. You've got a gun that shoots rebar. This is not going to be convenient. And then you've got just like a boring old gun. It's good. It's a rifle, but it's just like a boring rifle. Because why would I want to use something like a rifle when I can have like a cool gun that shoots rebar? To be fair, it's better than the rebar gun in most ways. But still, like in this kind of no, don't slide down there. Okay. All right. Explosive rebar gun's pretty good. Oh yeah, there we go. That steel pipe should be enough for me to set up the at least the starting things we need for that. Grab all the goodies that are laying in the ground all around. Oh yeah, there's... Okay, so Mercer Sphere is going to be the only issue there. Where's the actual... There's the... Okay, so map. I'm gonna grab you, drop you here. Select icon, do the container. 100 megawatts power. Select color. Red. Infinite save. Because I don't have what I need to open that right now, but I got what I needed. I wanted those steel pipes. Because the steel pipes, even though I don't have access to steel yet, I can build what I need to do that. Where is my SAM located compared to us? Over there. So let's go run over, grab the SAM. I'm gonna grab a couple stacks of that. That should give me enough for doing at least some stuff. Ideally, I'd like to grab a couple more Mercer spheres on the way back. But this should be good news. Because with this, I should be able to turn around and go, okay, iron plates, there's your dimensional storage. You just go in there now, and I don't have to worry about it at all. Like, it's just, I've got it. No one defending it? Just gonna let me have it? Okay, that's fine by me. I like not having to fight for my stuff. There's a Mercer sphere.
Follow the bay to the altar.
Thought I heard someone else attacking. There we go. Oh. It's super annoying that there's a hive there that we woke up. Okay. Alright, so I took care of that. Wait, what? Okay. No, I want the Mercer Spear specifically. That's one of the things I'm after right now. Because the more of those I get, the more items I will never need to worry about in my entire run so far as carrying on my person. Okay, so back to chasing the Sam. Yeah, later on I'll have weapons that'll make that way easier to deal with. Because we run over here and we grab... I've got 5 of the little portable drills sitting on it. But if I grab all of the SAM from that, you can put more than one depot on the same item before you can upgrade the speed, though. Yeah, no, I can. Realistically, I'll probably put it one at a time kind of thing, and if as stuff runs out, I'll just do, like, move on to the next thing or whatever. Because I'm actually expecting to be dealing with Mercer Sphere limitations than, like, not having enough Mercer Spheres early on until later. Once I get some upgrades, I should be good with all that, though. Like, once I get the stuff that makes it so I can deal with the, toxic stuff, whether it's exploding or the mask or whatever radiation, we'll end up getting way a lot of Mercer Spheres at that point, because I'll be able to do all that. Oh man, it's a long run. That's fine. Like I said, I'll get 500 when I get there, and realistically when I get there, I'll be able to sit down and use the, MAM right there. Plus, I might just find more hard drives along the way. Do I have that one marked? Yeah, that's one I've already opened. There's sand back where you were, it's just underground. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that. Not looking to be given information. We'll figure it out. I'm not too worried about it. Like, running back and forth is not a big deal. Later on, I'll get the upgrades that let me scan for Sam and all that and yada yada. Down the road, I'll be thinking. Ever considered going down a quartz line for speedy pants? We're still very early in the game. Like, I just haven't taken the time to do it. We're like, literally, we just set up reinforced and rotary. We're not even done with phase 1 yet. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I could probably go up that ramp over there, and that'll be fine. Yeah, so you're here before, because that doesn't have any nuts on it anymore. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm sure there's going to be closer to basically everything that I'm finding. That's fine. I'm not, like, pulling up the map to look at to find where I've got materials that I haven't grabbed. I'm not pulling up a wiki. You know, I'm not doing anything to, like, cheat or cheese or whatever. To me, such a big portion of this game is the exploration. Yeah, so the other... Oh, no, that's right. We went over this way somewhere, and then there was a path up that worked our way over. You don't think you've ever seen this area? Oh, yeah, and that's the thing. The map is huge. Like, the map is, like, really, really huge. Yeah, so last time I went through here, I clearly went down that way. Let's see if we can't make that happen. Because that's what you can see down here is I took that bridge up and over. Sorry about that. This also gives me a mode to replenish some of those nuts running around. And we could also potentially come by more Mercer spheres and slugs and, you know, somber sloops and whatnot. We probably won't find too much early on. A lot of them will be out of reach. Is that Caterium? No, it's copper. It's a pure copper node. Caterium's a little bit more yellow. Yes, I think it was over this way, then up over that path is the way we took last time. Because the other way is really not much of an option for us quite yet. Because I don't have, like, jetpacks or anything like that to make happen. Okay. Yeah, so it should be right around this corner. The islands, that's pretty big gaps to span. We see why it looks like it continues. Yeah. Be adjusting the air conditioner real fast. Okay, you sleep well. If there's anything to get you, let me know. I love you. Yeah, go ahead. No, you sleep well and feel better. Until you get radar, basically only know it's a map edge when you start taking damage. Yeah, or if it's one of those ones that's like super obvious where you take a look and you're like, ah, that's just a cliff that goes into the abyss. Yep, let's not go down that way. Alright. The reason they don't fix the those paths to the map edge is because there are certain items you need to store far away from everything else. Makes sense. Okay, so you should be able to just go up here, and then the SAM will be there. Like I said, we'll probably just go up here, we'll drop the MAM real quick, and I'll just start researching all of the stuff to get the Mercer Sphere things going on. At the beginning, I'm not going to worry about being able to store lots quickly with the Mercer stuff. It's literally going to be, what can I do to get basic storage set up? But yesterday you discovered that you're allergic to Advil. You didn't know it's a thing. I mean, technically people can be allergic to anything, just about. But yeah, and that's not one you hear about very often. And let's also go here, make a crafting bench. Okay, alien tech. So we need to make 11 of those. Alright. You see our manager is here? Yep. Always hovering over top of you.
Power slugs extract latent energy from their surroundings to sustain themselves. By tuning the object scanner to the particular potential energy signature, it is now able to locate them against the background environmental static.
Okay. And so what I'm trying to do right now is just get as much of this research as possible. Alright, Alien Technology Dimensional Depot.
Dimensional Depot unlocked. SAM can be utilized to deconstruct matter down to its chemical elements in one dimension, and the Mercer Sphere allows it to be transferred and stored in another. Once parts are fed into the Dimensional Depot, they can be accessed by the Pioneer inventory and build gun system at any time, anywhere.
We see through the window. It is pathetic. Consume more blood. The glass will not shatter, the metal will not bend, the wood will not splinter. We...
Okay. I'm gonna make what I can of these real quick. Because it's 10 of those per making one of these things. And if I can manage to get a couple of these going, that'll be really good. Now, obviously, I want to automate this in due time. What the heck is the Dimensional Depot? I can craft using materials from anywhere on the map. Basically, if I put something in the Dimensional Depot, it's in, like, a special storage that is just available. There's, like, nothing more to add. It's just available from there, like, till I use it. Yeah, cloud storage for your items. That's a good way of putting it.
Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note, power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
What's the cost? The cost is the initial materials to research it, and then the Mercer spheres for each and every one of the containers you make. So it's the building that has the cost, but once you build it, it's there. But you're very curious about the alien technology. Haven't seen a whole game yet, waiting for Rutal to get there. Whenever he's getting there, yep.
The remains researched belong to an organism with 8 jointed legs, similar to the legs of arachnids but with non-standard distribution and function. Because its attacks focus on stabbing prey with the ends of their legs, which resemble insectoid stingers, they have been dubbed stingers. Stinger remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Alright. Yeah, so I've got enough Mercer spheres to make 2 things here, but it'd be good to get the extras. But to be fair, you can use smart distribution systems to put mixed items into a single depot, so long as you don't often max the stacks. Yeah, that's the thing. The only way to guarantee not having a problem is to have separate ones, but you could go a long way with having just a couple. Alright. Because it'd be nice to try and get as many of these ready so I can just grab Mercer spheres to do all that. And then once I get access to the actual steel pipe production, then a bunch of stops being a thing you have to think about. I wonder if I can detect the Mercer spheres using my scanner yet. Yeah, that's fine, we can use that on the way home. Alright. We're getting pretty close to when I want to just head back. I want to make sure I have like enough for like 3 or 4 of these. That way again I can just... It's so short range with the music off, you can hear the slugs nearby as far. Yeah, no, the scanner for the slugs, that's whatever. But some of the things, it's nice because when you hear it, you can't always get like up-down direction and all that. With the scanner, there's ways to get a better feel for it. Alright. I realistically should be able to get 1 more, because it'd be what? 44 would be enough? No, it's 10, so I only need 5 more. Yeah, so get enough for 1 more of these, so I can make up to 4 of them. And then we can move on from there. Because with that should let me get the steel plate. We can do stuff like steel plate, wire, cable, those kind of things. Get that all sorted. We're almost there. Only 2 more. Yeah, eventually we'll want to send this back home to do stuff with it. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, one of the downsides we could run into is them just being up top there. It's not that I can't reach it. It's more likely more effort than it's worth. Yeah, it's looking very much like it's probably up top here. Or not. So I've got coal up here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. Well, crap. They didn't take damage. Because later on, all of this gets way easier with stuff like the jetpack and all that. Because you like really botch the jumps and it still works out okay. That's fine. I'm accepting I'm not going to get up there without a huge hassle. Let's just get down below. Maybe a waterfall side because I think that'll be less likely to be lethal. Just build a conveyor for yourself? I don't think I have the materials to finish enough conveyor to make it worthwhile. This whole area is so glitchy. Come back and here we are. Yep. Probably up top. Okay. You busy? Yep. We're gonna run all the way over here. Because in the meantime, we've probably finished all the stuff for the space elevator. Which I believe will unlock steel for us. And if we unlock steel for us, once I can get that set up, I actually gotta remember if steel's next. But once we get... Ooh, no wait, steel's not next, it's coal power. But once we get coal power and steel set up, I should be able to go then and get all that sorted out where we can just start producing the materials that I need, so anytime I grab a Mercer Sphere, I can just bring another thing online. What we're trying to do is find ourselves more Mercer Spheres, because we're going to need tons of those. Alright, where are you at? Okay, over this way. There it is. Is that two of them? What are you? Weirdly, there's the case down there, but the sphere itself is up on the hill. I need it to get closer so I'm not fighting the hornets while I'm trying to fight it. That might do. I think I just gotta go for this one. Okay.
Witness.
Alright.
The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. It is shy. Notes shall be taken and played.
From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Alright. Now we've got the ship we've already looted. Getting auto-modded because of what you call them, which is fair. There are many names you can call them that auto-mod would be displeased with. They are one of the enemies people seem to like the least. Okay. Alright, so we can drop that over there. Cool. So the good news is we grabbed ourselves a couple more, well, another Mercer Sphere. Heading out for the night? Alright, you sleep well. Thank you again. Well, or go to work or whatever you got going on. But you take care of yourself. Alright, so the reason I want something like that is what I can do now is you have the Dimensional Depot. So I'm going to have to make a couple of these frames. So I'm going to make 4 of those real quick if I can. Which is another thing I'm going to need to get auto-constructing. So we want to expand on the factory. Because then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the dimensional depots and just try and automate having it chuck stuff in there. If one bugged radioactive hog that would respawn inside your base, they couldn't spawn 300 meters from a building after you've killed them once, but it would come back every time you load the game mid-factory. That sucks. I've had some weird stuff with stuff being able to come back when it shouldn't be able to. Alright, so we've got the splitter here. We're going to do this the fast and lazy way. Just to show you what we got. So we're going to have the dimensional storage. I need wire. We're going to have the dimensional storage. We're just going to have it feed the plates in there. And we're going to have it feed concrete in there. You get the idea. And I'm going to need a lot of those things over time. But the idea is pretty straightforward. I put those things, common materials that I'm going to want. They just get fed into the box. And then I don't have to run around grabbing those materials anymore. So the 2 that stand out that I probably want the most is I probably want you. I'm also realizing with that, I probably don't need the long-term storage with that. Yeah, so what should happen is that should slowly feed in, and what that's doing is that's putting that material into the box. Hey, Kilpa, don't try and work your way around Automod. It's literally against the chat rules. Because obviously I wanted to not let you say literally anything. So, you know, maybe don't do that. Okay, so let's see here. It's up there that we're making those smart plates, which will hopefully be done. And with that, we'll be able to go into phase 2. All right. There's a sloop overlooking the base. Yup. There's a lot of goodies overlooking the base. Because we got a sloop, we got a bunch of, like, slugs and all that. But those will be a little bit tricky to get to. Once I get, like, the zip line and all that, we can do some pretty ridiculous stuff where we can just go up there. Like, I can build a ramp, and it's not that big a deal. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, but so what should happen here is this is going to keep feeding into this until that stock does max out. And then it should just backfeed from there. So that's kind of the idea. I'm not going to keep that the place it is right now. It's mostly getting that started and getting the idea demonstrated. Where's my space elevator? So that way later on, it should be as easy as I can run around and just keep doing that. I feel like that'll be a neat way to keep myself on a certain level of pressure, or whatever you want to say, to be like, okay, I'm building a bunch. Oh wait, I've ran out of material. Let me go run off and search. Having a nice balance there.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 1 will be completed and the distribution platform will be constructed. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub. Highlights are automated power, steel production, personnel transportation, and many more. Completing Phase 2 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. New project parts will need to be produced and delivered to the space elevator as you have done previously. Continue to construct, automate, explore and exploit for a better Fix-It future.
All right. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And as a reminder, if you have been enjoying the content and you're not already following, you might want to remember to do that. That way you can find your way back here in the future.
Phase 1 of Project Assembly completed. This is only the beginning of Project Assembly, the first step.
And there
towards
comes the
saving
follows.
day. You have performed adequately so far. Reminder.
Call to
not
actions
only is
work.
Fix-It saving
Just saying.
humanity, it is saving all of Earth, including kittens and puppies. It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and/or puppies. Continue the work for their sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is time to start the work on Phase 2 of Project Assembly.
Alright, so let's go look at our thing over here. Get some of you had money. I mean, obviously, if you want a sub, I would not complain. But any and all support of any kind is appreciated. Never feel like you have to. Okay, so do I want to deal with the truck station nonsense or not? Okay, so we can set up our coal power, and this is all specifically for coal. I'm going to skip that, I think, and we're going to go straight for the steel production. Because if I set up steel production, if I can get that online right away, that means I can do a heck of a lot with that. It's 25% off now? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, September's going on. Got some pretty good deals going. There's definitely a lot of stuff that, you know, is pro and con compared to September's past, but it's definitely not bad. They will sheep mentioning, well, you're not gonna talk as a non-sub yourself. If you live with other people who don't use Twitch, it's worth asking if they use Amazon to get their Twitch Prime. I mean, the big thing is just remembering to re-up your Twitch Prime. For those who don't know, Twitch Prime does not automatically renew. So when you sub to someone using Twitch Prime, when the month ends, that's it. It just it's just done. So it is a good idea to double check to make sure you're actually using that for something. Because otherwise, you're giving Amazon your money, and you're not even getting full advantage of it. And spare yourself the ads. As content creators, we cannot turn off ads. We can just change how you're subjected to them. So, you know. Yeah, no, I gotcha, Kilpa. By all means, like I said. Like, never do I expect or feel like you're obligated to sub. Literally, you being here supports me. It helps boost channel visibility, and, you know, there is ads on Twitch. Like I said, we can't turn them off. We can just change how they're presented to you. But ultimately, you being here, I do get paid. So never feel like you're not contributing because you can't drop some cash or whatever. Is this? Oh, right. Okay, so we're officially at the point I need to start dealing with this. One thing I can do in the... Give me those. In the short term is we can go here and put another dimension. Oh wait, no I can't. I need more modular frames. Because then we can hook up the concrete to be also fed into the machine. Alright. So I would need, for building that, 10 of the frames. So I need to automate that stuff. Yeah, the iron plates and concrete remote foundations are upon us. There is a reason I was prioritizing those first. There is a very strong reason I was prioritizing those first. You know, I got you, Kilpa. There was definitely a time when I was in college that, like, literally I had to turn to selling my property just to kind of make ends meet. It was just what it was. Oh, I'm out of wire. Like, it's you know, things happen. Like, this is back in the day of having, like, if you had a GPS, it was a dedicated thing. And so I had a little GPS that you'd, like, fold out the little antenna. So I had one of those from, like, way earlier before money got really rough. So, you know, got on eBay and sold that because I needed every dollar I could get. And it wasn't like I was a super spendy person or anything, it's just, you know, I had a whole bunch of money and then college kept getting more and more and more expensive every semester, and eventually, like, it was no longer within my means and I was well into my degree. So I had my choices. I could lose all that progress or had to just find money somehow. Okay, so we got the leaves in this box. I don't have any of those. We got the wood in this box. You are spitter flesh. You are the hatcher flesh. You are hogs, which I don't have any. And you need to be researched. Actually, well, how many small value subscriptions there are? The average household spend in them? Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of these used to be individual spendings you'd do, and just over time, things that you used to drop like $100-$200 on into becoming $10 a month. And it really is a mixed bag. Oh, I've already researched it. Okay, well then what else missing? You know, like, it's those things that they all became 10, 15, 20 bucks a month. And if there weren't as many, that's not too bad. But the problem is you traded like that one $100, $200 purchase for just one after another of these little subscriptions that they add up so fast. And some things do make sense to be subscription-based, but the problem is there's a lot of things that are subscription-based that really shouldn't be. Okay, so we've got all that stuff. Oh yeah, 60 bucks a month bump up in your monthly bill. Yeah, that adds up. Oh, I had 4 of those? That's even better. So I can build 3 more of these. I just need the materials. Why is my copper being such a problem? All right. I mean, we gotta expand the copper. Like, genuinely, we could have another constructor here and change literally nothing. So I could just take a constructor, turn it like this. Go here to splitter. Slap it in there. Oh, right. You are split already. You're no longer split. There. Wire and... There, that'll fix it for now. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is just pop up here real second. Stop trying to give me the pin thing. I don't want the pin thing. Alright. Let's do this real fast. Obviously, you didn't pop into this chat with any intention of meaningful conversation. With that as your opening thing. Because if you're dealing with stuff like that, go consult Google MD or something, I don't know. It's better than consulting random people on the internet. You're gonna get something way better. Probably equally as wrong, but you know what? The internet never lies. No. The internet lies, but you're not allowed to lie on the internet. That's illegal. Don't do that. All right. Battery's coming along pretty well. Okay. Yep, so this is full now. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to lie on the internet. Why would you ever think that's okay? That's straight up a crime. You're just making Automod's day today. So my Automod is only set to medium, by the way. It's not even cranked up. Because I've ended up with a front page a number of times and they expect you to have Automod pretty aggressive when you're on the front page. Generally anything that's meant as like a hostile thing, most of the time Automod will jump on it. Alright, so I need the wire, which should hopefully be better now that I'm not just gobbling it all up. I believe something like knows. Yeah. Is that a bad word? Well, it's not a bad word. You said the phrase "you monster." And genuinely, when you're referring to someone and you say "you monster," most of the time that's actually used in a negative connotation. Automod this. Butts. Yeah, no, Butts is fine. Hey, Arch, how's it going? Good to see you. For those who don't know, Arch plays stuff. Another fantastic member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Let's see, do you believe the world started from a blob of non-organic matter and randomly took form by accident? Or do you think it's fine-tuned? Are you asking me, do I believe in religion? Because it's basically where you're going with that. You're basically asking me, do I believe it was divine intervention or, you know, science doing mushy science things. How do dimensional storage things work? I can show you right here in a moment. So like if you look at my inventory right now, if I run over, where can I go to run this? Here, if I run up here real quick, if I get stuck in my conveyor belt, I will simply say I am not a religious person. I don't have any beef with religion. I think religion does have a lot of positive and useful purposes. You know, it gives people comfort and a whole bunch of other things. But at the same time, it's not something I personally subscribe to. Well, I probably should have a buffer chest still. Well, that's gonna make demonstrating this slightly more difficult. You know what? I still have a box down here. You believe in both? I mean, that's fine. Okay. So, if I drop a bunch of material into dimensional storage, you'll notice it sits there and it slowly fills up where it says in stock. Now, you'll notice I have no concrete left in my inventory. And yet, if I go and I say, hey, I would like to place a foundation, if you watch on the foundation right over there, you'll see that slowly is filling up. So now I can actually build that. And that's what the reason why that's in a purple box right there, is it is telling me it is going to grab that from my dimensional storage. So literally I am building stuff using materials I'm not carrying on me, and it has unlimited range. Which is what I'm actually wiring up right now, is I am trying to wire it up so that's all sorted out. That's fine. I need to move these so they're not cursed and like stuck in the ground. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now I've got that feeding in. That's the reason I'm trying to set up a whole bunch of these. So now I should never need to worry about concrete again. Now granted, I can certainly outrun it where I'll have to wait a little bit for it to top off. As you know, you almost always set it to use inventory first every time you misplace things. Pick from inventory. Yeah, I forgot we didn't have that set. Yeah, so you can actually see the inventory where it's saying I've maxed out my iron plate storage and my concrete is slowly going up. Okay, so next on the list. So you're only running at 27%. I'm gonna actually deliberately tune you down to like 10%, I think. And that's fine. I was gonna tune it way down so that way I knew I'd get some stuff in. Alright, so the next contestant I think will be the wire. Because I believe at this phase, I'm going to mostly use the wire for all that. Yeah, so right now, where you see where it says I need to manually research this, if I research that, I can just drag and drop stuff down there and it would do the same thing. I don't have it researched yet, though. Is it limited 1 stack per box? No. It's just, basically limitation is here. I'm allowed to have 200 of that item. It doesn't matter where I put it. I'm only allowed to have 200 of that until I do upgrades. It's just the reason I'm using 1 item per box is, say I put 205 iron plates on there, and then I decide to put the next material in, those 5 iron plates will get there, there won't be space, and they'll stop moving, and they'll block the other stuff from getting through. Yeah, generally speaking, my usual stance when it comes to, like, religious stuff is, you know, by all means, believe whatever you like. I just ask that people don't prolicize in chat, because that's kind of disrespectful. Like, regardless of what the beliefs are, like, it literally doesn't matter. But, you know, it's disrespectful for others to be like, I believe in things, and I'm gonna harass you with it. Like, you're allowed to believe whatever you want. That's cool, man. But, like, including being non-religious, it's not really relevant to chat. Now, it's certainly a thing, like, if people have questions about stuff and all there. Like, you know, if someone is whatever, people have questions about that. But I'd usually probably prefer that goes to DMs more than anything. Because especially right now, there's a lot of religious communities that are being targeted by different groups and whatnot. So, like, it kind of sucks that there is a certain amount of risk, danger, whatever you want to, you know, choose your verb. Around that makes it tricky. All right. Stop it. Weird. Yeah, we can move on from the beliefs things entirely. Like I said, it's one of those things that unfortunately we will have individuals on either side start pushing on it either way. Kind of don't want them to be making the smart plates right now because I'm not ready to scale things up. Alright, let's stop that from producing because it is stalling out stuff like steel production and all that. So, let's get back to what we were doing before I got access to dimensional storage. As I'm saying and going, oh wait, I have enough material for 2 more of those. So let's get that going on. Yeah, generally my view is more if someone comes to you asking questions about what you believe kind of thing, like, and from a position of wanting to learn more about, you know, your culture or whatever, that's a-okay. Like, you know, there's not going to be a thing here because, you know, what are you going to ask me? I'm not a practicing person. But, like, that's fine. But, if, like, unsolicited people are telling others about it, that gets trickier to navigate. Because in a lot of ways, it can be very easily cross the line to disrespectful. Like, it's depends on context. But it is as well as one you gotta be careful about. That you can very, very easily, you know, be kind of pushing your views on someone else. Why is that the bird? Because it was there, it was in the middle of my factory, and they kept getting in the way. Like, right now it wasn't in the way, but it's like I kept trying to build stuff, and they kept stopping there doing that open mouth thing where I was trying to build. Politics and religion discussions get weird. Yeah, I do think there is value in having certain discussions around those things, but they have to be in good faith discussions where people are actually having discussions and not trying to effectively convert people to their views. All right. Like right now, I'm not doing anything like super clever with these. We're just kind of mashing these in here real fast. So we still have the rods, I believe. So that's the merger. There's a splitter here. I can easily just shove one of these here. Oh, and I don't have what I need to make more of that, do I? No, that's fine. I need more SAM. We're not running all the way to get SAM. Just get that set up. They have to be open-minded. Exactly. Everyone has to be coming into the discussion in good faith. And that's one of the reasons why you run into a lot of problems with people discussing them just kind of at random, ad hoc. It's a lot of time someone is coming into the discussion with the intent of winning the argument, or however they want to phrase it. And if that's where you're starting from, it's not going to be a good faith discussion. It's not possible to maintain open-minded discussion in a group of hundreds of people who don't have a barrier entry. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would say it's extremely difficult. Yeah, sounds good. Crusader troll. Yeah, a lot of times you end up having to have a pretty well-established community, and that's a big part of moderation. Is, you know, if you want to have those open discussions and all that, you do have to take individuals who are less willing to be open-minded. Like when something comes up and they like kind of put their foot down on it, and you need to remove them from those discussions. It's just one of those things. When you have any community, whether it's a Twitch community, Discord community, gaming community, whatever, it is just one of those things that you do have to look at the people who are participating in that community and go, you know, are they a detriment to the community? You do love those discussions, they're honest. Oh yeah, no, I actually very genuinely, you know, I don't do it on stream very often because it's a very difficult thing, so I actually do like political discussions, as long as, again, I'm sitting down with people who are having a good faith discussion and all that, who are willing to listen and not, you know, drop some phrase or whatever to just dismiss your arguments, dismiss your discussion points because they don't agree with them or whatever. I can't say I have many religious discussions. I don't have many people around me who are religious. Yeah, no, and I also feel like having those discussions, especially with people with opposing views, is very important. Because quite often everyone involved is trying to do what they think is right. And then stopping and having that discussion as an actual open discussion, you can kind of learn more about people and why they, you know, view things in the way they view and so on and so forth. And it's just kind of one of those things that you can't, like, if you aren't willing to listen to someone else, you're just never going to have those discussions that you can make progress with. Because you can't find that common ground. And it's fine to even sit there at the other side of the discussion and be like, yep, still don't agree. But even then, you may get a better understanding of the other person. So it'll just change your perspective on them. You ever heard enough politics and religion on Twitter? On Twitch? We're here to games, not these types of discussions. I mean, that's kind of the catch, Jaywalker. Is any type of art, game included, will by its very nature have stuff that some people will and won't find political. Heart Space Shipbreaker. When we play that, the entire game is basically about company towns and unionization. So, like, it's real hard to play the game on your channel, and, like, you've got to avoid the entire topic of the game to not have that discussion. Or you'd have to, like, tell people they're not allowed to talk about the game's story. It is just the nature of politics is intertwined with all types of arts. You know, painting and everything. And usually if you're, I mean, and there could be individual things that's not necessarily true that they don't have it, but most of the time it's present. Sometimes it's just not as recognizable because it doesn't feel political to you as an individual, despite having some of that. I'm gonna go ahead and detach where the smart plates are. I'm gonna go ahead and move all of this over to a different spot. Okay, so let's double check here. I need modular frames, and that is the rods and the reinforced plates. All right. So like we started to get things set up over here, but yeah, we started to get this set up over here where my intention was to make an area just for producing the reinforced plates and being able to skip that. But yeah, there's definitely a point where there's going to be conversations online that people don't necessarily want to participate in, and that's fair. Like it is one of those subjects that people get sore, people get cross about. So it is a difficult thing. But like even Satisfactory we're playing, we're literally basically destroying this planet, and exploiting it and all that. This game has fairly strong political overtones going on with it, about, you know, this horrific like late stage capitalist company and all that, you know, who you land on the planet, you just demolish stuff through industrialization and automation, killing things constantly. They treat you like crap and they're pretty open about it, and that basically you have a fairly implied like no rights and whatnot. And so that in itself like is political. We need the modular frames. I literally said I was gonna go work on that over there. And I keep being like, let me set up the next thing. The only games you get that are truly not political are games like Solitaire or Tic-Tac-Toe or anything where there's no meat on those bones so far as a story or anything, so there's no room for it. But even some of the lightest stuff, you're going to make basic decisions that someone will or won't disagree with. And all that kind of good stuff. This game is a statement about consumerism, and colonization, and its effects on lives. You think so far? It's got a lot. There's so many of those things that are intertwined that you can't say it's one without the other kind of thing. Like it's just they're so intertwined. Alright, we can go production. Oop, I need another drill. We can just probably pop this down right here. But you wish Chainsaw would highlight what is impacting the area, not just the item it's centered on? I mean, I can see a desire for that. I haven't had to worry about it because genuinely I'm going to saw everything down, so I don't care. But I can see the value in knowing with confidence what you are and aren't destroying. Okay. Sorry about that. How am I doing in time, by the way? Ah, I see. Alright. There we go. So I've got the iron nodes here. Yeah, there's lots of stuff, because I don't think at any point in the game they really clarify the, they've got like their whole, you're saving humanity or whatever, and it's heavily implied that they might be utter nonsense, that you're being fed by the company, it might be legitimate. You really don't know. And honestly, even with the ending being done that I've finished, it's still not super clear. I'm not happy with that. What I have for dinner? Pizza. Alright. So what I want to do is I'm going to be bringing all of this ore in. Might be corpo nonsense. Be surprised if it was real. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The game heavily implies that like you land on this planet, and you're like literally your job is to explore, exploit, and yada yada the resources of the planet. So that when I'm waffling back and forth, you know what? We're just gonna go like this. This will solve my problem. Because now I don't have to worry about it. Because I picked it up. Okay. Let's see here. Just gonna chuck the leaves in there. Grab the limestone. Gonna chuck it in there. Grab the limestone. Gonna chuck it in here. Because I'll probably put that limestone to use later. Like, get it set up and work on it more. But for right now, it's like, okay. What'd you fill up with? Not more limestone in there. What new thing got in my inventory, new stack-wise? It should be very low on whatever it is. Oh, it's the one extra rod, I see. Because it's kind of in the way and I didn't want to deal with it. They never explained where the delete goes. Yeah, no, it's just a thing. There's a lot of stuff they just kind of leave in the air. And I have mixed feelings about that. Part of me appreciates a game that keeps it open-ended, so you have to kind of just, make your own narrative, as it were. You get to decide as the player what you feel like it is. At the same time, I also sometimes like a game that's just like, yo, I don't actually want to have to navigate this myself. Just kind of tell me. Like just feed me what your official this is. Okay, so we'll put this on you. All right. And so the plan here is we are going to make like a tower here. Not like we did with our other ones. It's going to be a tower that all this tower is going to do is reinforce plates. That's what it does. Reinforce plates. You want something that's not reinforced plates? That's too bad. It's the reinforced plates tower. Now, actually, let's make this a little taller in case I do decide to bring some, like, vehicles or something into it. We can sort that. I will need to clear more inventory if I'm going to do anything with that. So we should be able to expand this way with all of our smelters. I will also make this a bit wider still. Alright, so we've cleared out a couple of spots so I can go down there and saw down those trees that are poking through. And that'll give me more biofuel to work with. Alright. Give me 1 second, chat. Just gonna keep the ad from playing real quick. Because it's getting pretty close to the end of stream, and I'd rather not blast you with another ad if I don't have to. Just want to clean this up here. We're not going to get all of this stuff done right now. That's fine. Alright, so let's drop off that material real quick. We are making decent progress. I mean, all in one sitting, we've knocked out the entire phase 1, which isn't amazing. But we've been expanding stuff out. We've got our dimensional storage already online. And it could certainly be expanded more, but, you know, that's still not bad. Okay, so you're my grass. There you go. You're my wood. There you go. We already dropped off all the critters, so that's fine. Don't you need support for that platform? No. Not that kind of game. We don't have, like, everything physics enabled here or whatever. Drop off you and you in here. Sort that out. That'll help with that. Alright. So what's gonna end up happening here, chat, is getting to be about that time that I normally call it a night and all that good stuff. So we're gonna get ready to start wrapping up because I'm also starting to get, like, just runny nose. Not sick, just not sleeping quite as much as I should be. But with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because there's no rating over there. But for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to go find ourselves someone to raid and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, it's going to be